Start the movie.
You ain't nothing. You ain't nothing but an emotional, little pretty boy, chasing validation from strangers because your father didn't love you. This ain't no game. This ain't no game, man. This is everything. You are not your father. This Cameron kid want this. Yes, I want this. Then what are you willing to sacrifice? Everything! And show me.
Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel. Let's go. Come on, let's go. America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your impotence as leaders. This is wrong, and nobody wants to fight for Israel. This is wrong, and nobody wants to fight for Israel. Please stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel. No one wants to fight for Israel.
How do you feel about the fact that over 20,000 Palestinian children have now been killed since October the 7th in Gaza?
I think that the Palestinians, as you said, you see, I said Palestinians, the Gazans and all Arabs around should stop attacking Israel.
Right, I just asked you how you thought about 20,000 children being killed by the IDF. So how do you feel about that?
I think that the parents should be very careful before they teach the children to hate Jews and to kill Jews.
No, that wasn't my question.
I warn the
That wasn't my
Arabs.
question. Sorry to be persistent, but my question...
That was your question.
My question was, how do you feel?
Answer.
My question was, how do you feel? How do you personally feel about over 20,000 Palestinian children now being killed since October the 7th in Gaza? How do you feel about that?
I think that Arabs, Gazans or Jordanians or Syrians, whoever, should be very, very careful with the way they educate the children.
Yeah, that wasn't my question.
Now,
that wasn't my question.
Many of them.
Can you answer my question?
Answer. That was my answer.
So you don't care?
Your question.
You have no thoughts about these children at all?
You choose your questions, and I answer them the way I believe is right.
But just to be clear, you have nothing to say about 20,000 children being killed. Nothing at all.
I have a lot to say about everything that happened as a result of the massacre of the 7th of
No,
October.
I understand you care about Israeli
Arabs
children
and
who
Gazans
died,
should
as do
be
I. But
the-
I'm able to care about both sides of children who've died. Why don't you care, seemingly, about the Palestinian children who've died? Why can't you express any sympathy or sorrow or empathy with the children who've died in Gaza? Are you able to do that?
I warn all Arabs from all sides, from all borders, warn them, stop educating children to hate
So just
Jews.
to be clear, I've now offered you three times.
I made myself very clear.
Oh, you've made yourself very clear.
You asked me 5 times.
I'm going to give you one last.
You asked me 7 times.
Okay, I'm going to give you one last chance to offer some empathy or sympathy or sorrow about the deaths of 20,000 children in Gaza. Are you capable of doing that?
I can tell you that had you cared, and I don't believe you that you care a tiny bit about one killed person, if you do not use the means that you have as a media person to stop educating children.
I gave you 4 chances.
Jews. Okay, you gave me 7. You gave me 7.
And you know what? You couldn't give a damn, could you?
That you are to blame more than me.
You don't care, and all you want is all the Palestinians gone. You can barely even bring yourself to say their name. All you want is to take over the West Bank and Gaza. You don't care how many die in the process. You want them all gone. You don't care, do you? That's the bottom line.
As you said, the audience will judge.
Yeah, they will.
There's literally nothing that Israel won't do in the name of vengeance and in the name of continuing Zionism. For some people, the takeaway is as long as they're not literally putting people in ovens, as long as they're not doing exactly what the Nazis did, that somehow that's okay. It's actually not okay. Never again doesn't mean never again in the exact same way that the Nazis did it. If that's your takeaway from the Holocaust, you really need to look at yourself and do some soul searching. I'm Jewish. I lost members of my family during the Holocaust. And the truth is, Israel does not represent me. Israel does not make me safer. In fact, it puts me and all Jews in greater danger. Because as Israel commits these crimes against humanity and live streams them, and in some cases gleefully live streams them, we've seen soldiers doing this, Israel doing that and saying it's in the name of Jews, that will create anti-Semitism. The idea that Israel represents all Jews is in itself an anti-Semitic idea. The dual loyalty trope says that all Jews are a monolith and we're all loyal to Israel and we can't be trusted to be loyal to other governments, regardless of where we live. That is really what Israel is leaning into. And you have anti-Semites and then the government of Israel, AIPAC and the ADL, all making the same argument, which I think really shows you the dangers and the inherent anti-Semitism of Zionism. People like to claim that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitic. Well, it's actually not, given that you literally have more Christian Zionists in the world than you have Jewish Zionists. This particular Christian form of Zionism wants Jews to go back to Israel so we can provoke the end times, Armageddon. All Jews except a very lucky 400 who accept Christ as their Lord and Savior burn for all of eternity. So these are the allies. All these cancel culture warriors who talk about right-wingers being canceled are very silent, interestingly enough, when it comes to critics of Israel, who are probably the most canceled people of all. If you're a Palestinian critic of Israel, you're very, very, very canceled. If you're a Jewish critic of Israel, you're less canceled, but you're still canceled. You're just canceled as a self-loathing Jew as opposed to an anti-Semite, which is a significant difference. I mean, I was fired by a network for saying that Israel is an apartheid state. So my being Jewish didn't really protect me. And of course, there's a huge bias in the way that corporate media reports on Israel-Palestine. They're very clear when Russia does something. Russia bombs, Russia strikes, Russia kills. When it's Israel, it's often Palestinians killed in attack, Palestinians dead after bombing. We even know that networks and outlets instruct their writers and reporters not to use certain words like genocide, not even to use the word Palestine. In fact, the reporting by the New York Times on the alleged mass rape used by Hamas was so bad that they had to cancel a podcast that they were going to do about it because there was so little to back it up. Now, on the other hand, you have countless stories and allegations of Israelis raping Palestinians. That got totally ignored. It's really fascinating that we hear time and time again about the 40 beheaded Israeli babies, even though there was no evidence of that. And we do have evidence of actually beheaded babies, children with their heads blown off. I mean, we saw a child literally shredded. Various representatives of the Israeli government are never asked about that. They're never asked to condemn Israel's violence. They're never asked to condemn Israel's terrorism. There was a doctor who was tortured to death. If you don't already feel disturbed by the images of Palestinians or the stories of Palestinians, the story of Hind Rajab, who was left in a car to die when she was begging for help, and Israeli soldiers shot up the car and shot up the ambulance trying to rescue this girl. If that doesn't haunt you, I would really urge you to imagine this happening to a Jewish child during the Holocaust. I think that Jews should understand this, if anything, more than other people, because of our history of being targeted, of being otherized, of being compared to vermin, of attempted extermination, of genocide and ethnic cleansing, and of the world looking the other way. That is something that we have to remember. That happened to us. We can't let that happen to other people. That's not justice. That's not how we honor those killed in the Holocaust. Everything that Israel tells you about its founding, about its history, and about its role today is a lie. Some people think, oh, Israel was founded for Holocaust survivors, and then it got greedy and took over too much land and ruined its founding mission, which was to be a safe haven for Jews. The truth is, it was founded on ethnic cleansing. It was not a utopia. I think it's really eye-opening to look at the actual language of early Zionists, because they were calling their banks colonial trusts. They were talking about how natives always resist colonists. In other words, it's not just critics of Zionism who describe Zionism as colonial, it was the Zionists themselves. Israeli society really had a lot of disdain for Holocaust survivors, so they did something very disgusting. They both weaponized the Holocaust to justify their extermination of Palestinians, and they mistreated Holocaust survivors. In fact, they even referred to them as sapon, which means soap in Hebrew. And that was because there was a myth that Nazis turned Jewish bodies into soap. It's not true, but that was a myth. And the important thing is that people thought that was true, and they thought it would be appropriate to call survivors by that name. Israel wanted to create a new Jew that was armed, that was working the land. They were ashamed of the Jews who were killed. They thought that they went to their slaughter like sheep. They were ashamed of Jews who were religious, Jews who were scholars, Jews who were also cosmopolitan. They really did, ironically, internalize a lot of anti-Semitism. There were Zionist bombings in the Middle East that were used to scare people into emigrating out of Iraq, out of Morocco, and into Israel. That's how little they cared about Jewish people. They bombed synagogues in order to get people to leave the Middle East and go to Israel, where they would be mistreated, which is what happened to Mizrahi Jews. Some were basically put into camps. They rejected Yiddish, which was spoken by Eastern European and diasporic Jews, and they also rejected Arabic, which was spoken by Mizrahi Jews of the Middle East. Yiddish is an amazing language, and it's dying out, and the reason it's dying out is because Israel chose to create modern Hebrew, which no one spoke, and they had a lot of disdain for a lot of Jewish culture. So Israel has always been a racist project in many ways, against Palestinians, but even against Jews themselves, and it's been an anti-Semitic project as well. Not only is Judaism obviously much older than Zionism, but there was Christian Zionism from the very beginning, and that was fueled by anti-Semitism and the desire to get Jews out of Europe. Lord Balfour of the Balfour Declaration was a major anti-Semite. Zionism actually requires anti-Semitism to justify its existence. So for Zionists, they don't want to defeat anti-Semitism. They want to use it to strengthen the state of Israel. It's also true to remember that this is not a conflict about religion or culture. Jews and Christians and Muslims lived in peace, in harmony in many areas of the Middle East for centuries. This is about power. This is about land. This goes back to resources. This goes back to the West wanting to have a foothold in the Middle East. This is not about religion. Jewish anti-Zionism has existed since Zionism. A lot of Jews opposed Zionism because they, I would say rightly, predicted it would create anti-Semitism. There's a very rich radical history of Jewish internationalism. During the Spanish Civil War, which many people see as the dry run for World War II, among all the international brigades, so all the volunteers who left their countries to fight in a war against fascism, the most common language spoken was Yiddish, which speaks to this tradition. If we look at so many struggles like the civil rights movement in the United States, there were lots of Jews involved in that. Jewish people were overrepresented in that movement. If you look at South Africa, some of the most active anti-apartheid activists were Jewish. That's the tradition that I'm proud to be part of, not a tradition which weaponizes trauma, tragedy, and the Holocaust to kill more people. Israel is unsustainable. There's no coming back from this. Something new needs to be created. Jews can live side by side with Muslims and Christians in Palestine, just as they have for centuries. If coexistence is so impossible, and if anti-Semitism is so impossible to fight against, how is it that Jews live in Germany today? Germany was where anti-Semitism turned into the Holocaust, and yet somehow Jews are able to live in Germany in safety, but we're supposed to believe that they can't live in Palestine in safety? Palestine is not the country that created Adolf Hitler. Palestine is not the country that created the Holocaust. The biggest threat to Jewish safety is not a free Palestine, it's Zionism.
And you said you're anti-Zionist. So what would you rather have? A Jew who is secular as your neighbor, or a Muslim who is religious as your neighbor?
I guess a Muslim that is religious.
A Muslim that's religious. Yeah. So a Jew that's secular, why? What's wrong with that? What's bad?
That he's secular is bad.
Why? Give me an example of why.
The Torah says that he has to do Torah mitzvahs. If he's not Shem Shabbos, he's not doing what he's supposed to.
Okay. But the Muslim is also not keeping Shabbos. He's doing his own thing.
Have to. That's a non-Jew is supposed to be someone that believes in God and does whatever he holds is right. But a person that's godless is worse than that.
היית מעדיף שיהיה לך שכן יהודי חילוני שלא מאמין, או מוסלמי שמאמין?
שניהם לא.
לא? למה?
שניהם לא.
למה לא?
לא רוצה לקלקל את הילדים שלי.
אוקיי. אתה אנטי-ציוני, נכון? כאילו...
אני כן אנטי-ציוני, כן.
חלק מנטורי קרתא? זה מובן.
אנטי-ציוני.
אנטי-ציוני, בסדר, זה מספיק.
אנטי-ציוני זה כבר אומר הכל.
אוקיי, נגיד שהשכן שלך, מה עדיף או מה יותר גרוע? מוסלמי דתי או יהודי שהוא חילוני לגמרי?
שאלה מאוד קשה. מוסלמי
אני לא שומע אותך.
אתה עושה ככה זהו. יהודי חילוני זה בעיה אצלי שאני לא רוצה שהילדים שלי ילמדו ממנו. אולי גוי הם לא ילמדו, ומיהודי חילוני הם כן ילמדו. כי אני לא רוצה להגיד ילדים שלי הוא לא יהודי. כי הוא סך הכל כן יהודי. אבל כן יכולים ללמוד טוב. אני רואה שיש כבר גם בלגן.
כן, כן, כן. אתה ציוני או אנטי-ציוני? אנטי-ציוני. אוקיי, בסדר גמור.
את שומעת מהשיטה שלא ללכת לכותל?
מה?
לא ללכת לכותל המערבי.
אתה לא הולך?
בשביל שהציונים כבשו את זה,
אוקיי.
וזה יהיה כבוד לציונים.
אז אתה לא הולך? לא. אוקיי. יש לי שאלה. איפה אתה גר? אתה גר פה? אוקיי. נגיד, אתה מעדיף שיהיה לך שכן יהודי אבל חילוני, לא דתי, לא מאמין, או מוסלמי שמאמין. מה אתה מעדיף? מה יותר טוב?
שאלה קשה, אני לא יודע מה להחליט.
בסדר גמור. היית מעדיף שיהיה לך שכן שיהיה או יהודי חילוני שלא מאמין, או מוסלמי שהוא דתי? מה עדיף?
זו לא שאלה שאני יכול... בנראה צריך אולי לשאול רב שלי.
לא, אתה. מה היית מעדיף? יהודי חילוני שלא שומר שבת? או מוסלמי שדתי?
אני מעדיף חילוני.
אוקיי. למה?
כי הוא אף שלי.
אוקיי. שכחתי, יש לי עוד אחד. אוקיי, מה היית מעדיף? שהשכן שלך יהיה יהודי חילוני שלא מאמין, או מוסלמי שמאמין באלוהים?
ברור מוסלמי מאמין.
אוקיי.
הוא לא מפריע לי.
לא מפריע לך?
היהודי מפריע לי שהוא כאילו יהודי, הוא כאילו אח שלי אמור להיות, ובסוף הוא זה שעושה נגד אבא שלי.
שהוא היה מה?
שהוא זה שיוצא נגד אבא שלו. הוא יוצא נגד אבא שלו, עושה הכל נגדו. ודאי שעדיף...
מוסלמי. אפילו שהם עושים ליהודים.
הם לא עושים ליהודים, הם עושים מי שגונב להם. למי שלוקח להם קרקעות. אבל זה מסובך העניינים האלו. צריך להבין את כל המהלך.
I'm here to offer a public apology for my criticisms of Israel. I'm deeply sorry. This is a learning moment for me, and I'll share with you the 6 lessons I've learned from my grave mistakes. But first, here's my full confession and apology. I've made videos recently erroneously criticizing the Israeli government, and while there was plenty of agreement with my perspectives, there was also some rageful backlash. And I took note of the many hostile comments insulting me, calling me a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, smearing my character. And those comments have completely changed my mind on the topic of Israel. Quite frankly, the intimidation worked. I realized I was being an anti-Semite, full of hate, and I now fully support the government of Israel. I'm sorry for everything I've said. Sincerely. It was wrong. But here's what surprised me. I took painstaking efforts to deceive you, the viewer. In my videos criticizing Israel, I would carefully put in nuance to draw the distinction that I wasn't talking about Jewish people or citizens of Israel, while clearly stating I was talking about the government of the country of Israel. Like this. By the way, if you're sitting there going like, this isn't a look at citizens of Israel, this is a look at the Israeli government. But so-called haters like this saw right through that and knew that I was talking about Jewish people. The very people I wasn't talking about and deliberately said I wasn't talking about. Not only that, but they rightfully pointed out that I hate Jews. My only question to these commenters is like, how could you tell? That's what I was, because I tried so hard to hide it. And other helpful comments like this one helped awaken me from the Jew hate I had just fallen into. F*** you, you f***ing moron. There's 57 Muslim countries. We can have one. Go f*** yourself. It occurred to me a person like this is excellent at spotting hate because she clearly has none of it inside of her, and she correctly spotted it in me. These types of comments were very effective. They typically involved hostility, character smearing, insults fueled by anger. In other words, they're the loudest people screaming. And that might make you think that if you don't agree with them, then you're in a small, shameful minority of people. But according to this poll, they're actually in the 5.5% minority of people. What does that tell you? Well, it tells you that 94.5% of people need hostility and emotionally charged insults thrown at them so they can be convinced to think like you. Just like I was. I mean, my realization was like, look at the behavior of these people calling me an anti-Semitic sack of shit. What do they believe? Because I want to be just like them. Side note, I also noticed that most of the haters had Israel flags in their bios. And just to clarify, when people were doing that with Ukraine, saying Ukraine's our greatest ally, we know it was just people falling for anti-American propaganda. But with Israel, it's different because Israel is our greatest ally. And I stand with Israel. At least I do now. Now, before I get to the very humbling lessons I've learned, I want you to know that I recently sat down with 2 of my closest friends who are Jewish. Here's what I said to them. I apologize for hating you guys. They said back to me, how have you been hating us? I said, well, I've been openly criticizing Netanyahu and Israel's government, and I've learned that's really me hating you Jews. And they said, no, it's not. We have family in Israel and they hate Netanyahu. They went on and said, according to polls in Israel, only 40% of Israelis trust Netanyahu. They're really frightened by the guy and how he runs things and the direction he's taking their country. So I said back to them, I don't think that matters because citizens in the state of Israel are God's chosen people. And Netanyahu is their leader. And they said, well, you've obviously been indoctrinated with dispensationalism and Zionism. Prior to those made-up ideologies, there were completely different interpretations for what Israel and God's chosen people meant in the Bible. And I said, I don't think that matters.
"40 years ago, when Netanyahu was Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, he met Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the leader of the Chabad Lubavitch movement, known simply as the Rebbe.
He said, you're going to this house of darkness, the UN, which was very, very unfriendly to Israel at the time. He called it the house of darkness. And he said, even in the greatest darkness, if you light a candle, it spreads a great light that can be seen from afar.
The Rebbe reportedly believed Netanyahu had a mission from God to prepare Israel for the coming of the Messiah, or in Hebrew, the Moshiach. Over the next decade, the two men developed a close relationship. Soon after entering Israel's parliament for the first time, Netanyahu paid his respects to his mentor.
מבחינת מעשה לאדם ובחינת מעשה. ואני מתכוון לחזור אליך בקרוב. עתידי סודק ולסעדיק עם מאיר ב9-10 אנשים. לבד לבית ישראל שלי, וכי שהקודש ברוך הוא לצד הזה.
Let us pray. Father, you tell us in the book of Esther that the Persians, the Iranians, were wanting to kill every Jew, woman, child, and do it all in one day. But you raised up Esther to save the Jewish people.
I'm actually lost for words. Like, what? So let's try to fact check this, because the villain in the book of Esther is not the Persians. It's one man named Haman, and the Bible itself calls him an Againt, a descendant of Israel's ancient enemy, the Amalekites. In fact, the Greek version of this very same story calls him a Macedonian. He manipulates the Persian king into signing a decree, and when Queen Esther revealed the plot, the Persian king had Haman executed, then reversed the decree, and the Jews were saved. The Persian Empire protected the Jewish people. This is what the book of Esther actually says. But it gets worse, because you want to talk about Persians and the Bible? Let's talk about Cyrus the Great, a Persian king mentioned 23 times in the Old Testament, which calls him God's anointed one, the only non-Jewish person in the entire Bible to receive that title. Not a prophet, not a disciple, a Persian king. Cyrus ended 70 years of Jewish captivity in Babylon. He didn't just free them, he paid out of the royal treasury to rebuild the Jewish temple in Jerusalem. He returned the sacred gold and silver vessels that had been stolen. He issued a decree protecting Jewish worship across his entire empire. The Jewish people called him a righteous king. God called him his shepherd. And here's what really needs to make you stop and think about what's actually happening, because this is not just a bad Bible interpretation. This is scripture being used to set the tone for foreign policy. They're using a 2,500-year-old religious text to tell you who the enemy is. This isn't governance. This is not democracy. The United States of America has a constitution that separates church and state. we should all be terrified by what's happening. Every single one of us, regardless of your religion, of your politics, or your view on the war on Iran. This is how propaganda works. You take something ancient, something sacred, something most people probably haven't even read themselves, and you weaponize it. You launder a political agenda through scripture so it sounds like divine truth. This is not theology. This is a political weapon, racism, discrimination, and abuse dressed up in a prayer.
Father, we thank you. Today, the Iranians, the wicked regime of this government, wants to kill every Jew and destroy them with an atomic fire.
Iran is the greatest enemy of Israel. In the middle of the war, Iran didn't concentrate the Jewish people in concentration camps now. They protect them like normal citizens. There are 35,000 Jewish people living in Iran just now, and they have a golden life there. Even in the middle of the war, they have no problem. The Iranians have no hatred against Jews. They have a problem with the occupation. And the Iranians say that again and again and again and again. In the media, we are not against Jews. We are against the occupation. But the mainstream media are under Zionist influence, and they want to brush everybody with anti-Semitism, and then they can say, oh, this is Nazis, this is anti-Semitic. Haven't got nothing to do with anti-Semitic. Why the media didn't bring out this point that Jewish people living in Iran now, under the missiles, they're living free. They have today their schools, their high schools, all the institutes. There's a Jewish hospital in Iran, funded completely by the government. Why you don't see that in the news? They just say the Iranian anti-Semites, they're Nazis. Why people are so blade? Why they don't think?
It was not the Muslims who pushed the Jews out of ancient Israel. Okay? Mm-hmm. It was who? Pull it up. Who destroyed the Second Temple? Because that's what this whole thing is about. We're going to get to that now. Who destroyed the Second Temple, my brother? Read it, Danny.
Who was that Roman emperor, right?
My mouth hurts, bro. Read.
What was his name?
Tired, Danny.
Titus?
Okay, what happened?
The Roman army was led by Titus. Titus oversaw the siege, and eventually the destruction of Jerusalem, including the temple.
The destruction of the Second Temple marked a major turning point in Jewish history. Mm-hmm. Okay? Scroll down. I think we had more on this one. Do we have more? What does it say?
Well, I thought it was Julian the Apostate.
Okay, the bottom line is this, though. That temple, okay, was not destroyed by the Muslims or the Arabs.
No.
It was destroyed by the Romans.
By, a guy who...
Okay, so even before Christianity
he
existed.
was super anti-Christian, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Julian the Apostate.
So the Jews get pushed out. They get wiped out. They get exiled from Jerusalem. Completely exiled. Had nothing to do with Muslims. Okay? Who brings them back to Israel even back then, bro? Read it. What does it say?
When Muslim forces took Jerusalem from the Byzantine Empire, Jews had been largely barred from living in the city under prior Christian rule. After the surrender, policies under Oman permitted Jews to live in Jerusalem again.
He went there and he said he was the second king of the Muslims after Abu Bakr. So first was the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Then it was Omar. Mm-hmm. Omar was the caliphate that was in power, the king of the Muslims as Islam expanded. They conquered Jerusalem with minimal blood loss. Okay? It was actually negotiated, the surrender. What does he do? He says, are there any Jews here? They said, no. He says, we can't have a Jerusalem without Jews. He makes them bring him up to 80 families and resettles them back after being banned for hundreds of years. This is only 5 years after the life of the Prophet Muhammad, if I'm not mistaken, peace be upon him. It's only 5 years after the Prophet died. Why, if Islam is such an evil religion that hates Jews, like that clown you had on your show, who says they wiped them out? What's his name? Say his fucking
Jason Giorgiani.
Would they, in less than 5 years after the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, would the second caliphate purposely go and bring Jews and bring them back to you? Can you explain that one to me? If it's in our doctrine, because we're at the beginning there. We're not 500 years later. We're talking about it from its inception. They push these narratives in the media that Muslims are programmed to hate Christians and wipe them out. They quote quotes out of context. People like Laura Loomer, people like Fox News, where they give half of a sentence of the Quran, not even the full verse, and try to make it seem like our objective is to wipe out anyone that's a non-believer, when the non-believers the Quran is talking about are not Christians or Jews. Christians and Jews have a protected class in Islam and in the holy book of the Quran. They are known as the people of the book. They are to be protected when living under Muslim rule, as Muslims protected Jews from day one. And I speak out, not because I ever want to talk about these topics, Danny. I'm sick and tired of talking about it. But it's the only move they have, to blame Muslims, blame Arabs, keep pushing these policies so they can keep sending our sons and daughters to go fight their fucking wars, bro. And I will not be silent anymore. They can kill me, take my life, I don't care. I've seen what war does. I know what it's like to get a phone call and find out 28 of your family members are wiped out in a massacre. I will be damned if I stay silent. They'll take my life. If you're watching, do it. You're gonna die anyway, but at least die speaking the truth.
But you have raised up President Trump. You've raised him up for such a time as this. And Father, we pray that you'll give him victory. Father, we pray for our military that you'd watch over, protect them.
Non si è armato, non si è difeso, non ha combattuto nessuna guerra. Ha manifestato il volto mite di Dio, che sempre rifiuta la violenza e invece di salvare se stesso si è lasciato inchiodare alla croce per abbracciare tutte le croci piantate in ogni tempo e luogo nella storia dell'umanità.
Father, we pray for the people of Iran who want freedom, to be set free from these Islamic lunatics. Father, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who came to this earth to take our sins, that he died and shed his blood on a cross for our sins, that he was buried. He took our sins to the grave, but you raised him to life. And Father, we thank you and we praise you and we give you the glory. Father, protect President Trump. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Fratelli, sorelle, questo è il nostro Dio, Gesù, Re della pace. Un Dio che rifiuta la guerra, che nessuno può usare per giustificare la guerra, che non ascolta la preghiera di chi fa la guerra e la rigetta dicendo: anche se moltiplicaste le preghiere, io non ascolterei. Le vostre mani grondano sangue.
There's blood on your hands, you wouldn't understand. There's blood on your hands, you wouldn't understand. I'm so fed up with all of the nonsense, fed up with all of the bombings. They keep on telling me, they keep on telling me, they keep on telling me. I'm so fed up with all of the nonsense, fed up with all of the bombings. They keep on telling me, they keep on telling me, they keep on telling me.
Back then, Netanyahu was probably the only ally that he could work with in Israeli politics. He obviously demands from Netanyahu to take some steps to hasten the coming of Messiah, which is to make Israel a more religious place and to take certain concrete steps in this regard. And Netanyahu says, I'm definitely doing that.
מה שישראל לאחרונה נמצא ניתצו כמה עניינים. מה שרואה עוד, וגם משהו שעדיין משאיר ליבו. אז הייתה משהו ומה ידיעתו. עושים. הכנראה שהיא מספיק, כאילו שהיום כבר כמה שעות בגלל עדיין ליבו.
But they just wouldn't listen to me. They said, besides, if God was referring to literal Middle Eastern Israelis, a ton of people in Israel don't have that DNA because they come from Europe. That's why DNA tests are outlawed in Israel, aside from some medical and legal testing exceptions, because they don't want people to know. And I said back to them, God, I hate you people. And there it was again. Then they called me gay and didn't accept my apology because they weren't convinced that I actually hate them. This one's insightful. JP Sears saw how much money Jew hating makes, so he decided to join in. Remember, retards like JP look at this map and think Arabs are the victims. Dude, I have become very wealthy from Jew hating. But like, how did they know that? I don't even know how I'm going to earn money anymore. Do you think I'm a retard? Yeah. Oh. Now, with my apology, I'd like to offer the lessons I've learned from my mistakes in hopes that others can learn from them too. Lesson 1. You should be aligned with the side that's doing the censoring. Because prior to my video called, "Hey man, what's Zionism?" being censored from YouTube, I wasn't. And now I am. And you should be too, because censorship is known for being on the right side of history. And please do support your politicians who are actively trying to pass bills making it illegal to criticize or boycott Israel. Lesson 2. I've learned that distrusting any government makes you a stupid sack of shit. I mean, if you're not in lockstep with the persistent narrative and talking points of the government because your senses and thinking tells you something else, then you hate Jews. Lesson 3. I've learned that when there's tribalism, intimidation tactics being used, threatening to outcast you from society by destroying your reputation, Jew hater, anti-Semite, etc., you want to immediately comply and fall in line. Acting out of your fear of not belonging aligns you with truth and really gives you more freedom as an individual. Lesson 4. I've learned that Israel in no way has influence over the US government or US politicians. And the politicians that are funded by the Israel lobby AIPAC, which the ones in red are, it's not an indicator of those politicians being influenced by the lobby that pays them. And it is indeed anti-Semitic to think that there's any level of connection there.
Well, pressuring, they have many means at their disposal. They are putting up pressure on many, many people. And at the end, I don't think that it will even help Israel.
Why, if this is true, why would the President of the United States pay attention to that lobby?
They are strong.
Strong in what sense?
They are controlling many things.
Controlling what?
Newspapers, medias,
Your Majesty.
banks, finances, and I'm going to stop there.
Well, now wait just a second. You really do believe that the Jewish community in the United States is that powerful? They make the media reflect their view of foreign policy?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They do not report, we do not report honestly?
Don't mix things, please. I don't say the media. I say in the media they have people. Not the entire media. Some newspapers will only reflect their views, yes.
No? The New York Times, for instance, is owned by the Sulzberger family, who are Jewish. Are you suggesting that the New York Times is biased in its treatment of the question of Zionism, Israel's existence, the United States' relationship with the Arab world?
I will have to put all the articles of the New York Times written on this subject and draw the conclusion. You can put this to the computer and it will answer you.
What you're saying is that, yes, you do believe.
Well, let's wait for the answer of the computer.
Lesson 5. I've learned that thinking it's a crime, let alone evil, to commit genocide, prisoner rape, or killing children is not only not true, it's anti-Semitic to think so. Lesson 6. I've learned that we need to do whatever it takes to fight an ongoing war with Iran, and it has nothing to do with Israel. If you think it does, Jew hater. The truth is, our government says we need to, and we should trust that. And perhaps while we're over in Iran, for as long as it takes, we could scoot over to Iraq and finally find those WMDs that we're told they have. So with my apology, I hope you can learn from my mistakes faster than I did. With all of that, once again, I'm sorry. Sincerely. You really think I'm a retard? Yeah? What about the sack of shit?
Just in person?
Sure.
We'll take that. First off, thank you so much, President, and for all the great faith leaders that are here. Happy Easter. This is a very holy week for us, and we're just honored you took your valuable time. For all of our cabinet members and secretaries, we thank you. And most of all, I really feel like the Lord gave me something this morning, and this is family. So I want to thank you very much.
You should have gotten dressed up a little bit.
I know. We were initially having a dinner, so
it's actually nice. You wouldn't be a choice of mine either, to be honest with you. I hope you're not insulted. I would not, under any circumstances, have any interest in you.
Thank you, sir.
Although she does have a very nice figure.
Okay, Ivanka, what's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that
Oh, that was Hulk Hogan creepy.
So I've said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. I'm honest when I say it.
The Bible says to give thanks for all things. And as I was praying this morning, the word gratitude just kept coming to me. And so there's so many things I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for salvation and the finished work of Jesus Christ and my family, and the list would go on and on. But as I prayed, it was like the Holy Spirit just zoned me in and said, tell President Trump how thankful you are for him. I felt like I was conveying the heart of God for all of us, that we are thankful for the greatest champion of faith that we've ever seen in a president.
Okay, you say, and again, this has become very famous in this video, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet, just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
Fornicator! It's true with stars that they can grab women by the pussy?
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that, yeah.
And now you said before, a couple of minutes ago, that this was just locker room talk.
It's locker room talk.
And so does that mean that you didn't really mean it?
No, it's locker room talk. I don't know. It's just the way people talk.
Okay.
And we honor you because of your bold, unwavering conviction and stand for religious liberty here in America and around the world. And you recognize the power and the name of Jesus Christ. I remember when we told our first briefing, you can now pray again and worship again. They begin to shout and praise and say, thank you, Lord, and sing in their highest ways.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
For your unwavering recognition that the strength of a nation is through Almighty God. And you have not backed away from any of this.
When U.S. President Donald Trump took his oath of office, he had his right hand raised, but his left wasn't on the Bible. But does it matter? Academics tell Reuters that it was an oversight and it doesn't have much practical impact, although the moment has gone viral online. One professor at the University of Texas told us that a president doesn't have to connect to God in this way. The oath is to the Constitution. 2 Bibles were held by Trump's wife Melania as she stood next to him at the ceremony.
Thank you for allowing me to serve you, to serve people of faith, and to serve the American people. I've heard many people take credit for you being here, or for some of your victories, and for being in the sacred office of the president. But the truth of it is you're here because of God and because of you.
You didn't mean it, but they saw you do it and they know your name.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear. I, David Vance, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation, or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge, the duties of the office, on which I am about to enter, So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
So hands on the Bible, scared like a child, child liable for what you do.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear. That I will faithfully execute. The office of President of the United States. And will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend. The Constitution of the United States. So help me God. Congratulations.
Share this thought and pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price.
The Justice Department has released some previously unseen Jeffrey Epstein files that include allegations against President Donald Trump.
The documents include summaries of FBI interviews from 2019 with a woman who accused the president and Epstein of sexual assault. It is unclear whether the FBI considered those allegations credible. The DOJ says the files were not previously released because they were incorrectly marked as duplicates. President Trump has consistently denied any wrongdoing.
NBC News senior justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now. Ryan, to start, take us through these newly released files and what is the White House saying?
Yeah, there's a couple reasons that, you have to have a lot of caution about these documents in particular. Obviously, there are a lot of these very credible allegations against Epstein that resulted in that conviction, as well as Ghislaine Maxwell, who was also involved in this. But, this came, these allegations were made to the FBI. They were treated slightly differently than other allegations that were made that were sort of readily available as readily readable as non-credible because there was these number of FBI interviews, but just some of the basic facts of the allegations don't match up with what we know about Epstein's life and what we know about Donald Trump's life at the time, which was in the 1980s. And we also have a statement from the White House in which the White House called these allegations completely non-credible. The individual at issue here was around 13 or 14 years old, she alleged, when these incidents took place.
You start and I'm ready.
In the wake of questions and allegations about Donald Trump's behavior towards women, ET discovered this footage in our archive, which we provided to CBS News.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it? Okay.
But there's just not a lot of information necessarily to back that up, and some of the basic just location details, for example, wouldn't match up with what we necessarily knew about Donald Trump's life at that time.
But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contained more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "This is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to obstruct justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history.
You're fired.
An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
And remember, when you get this flood of tips into the FBI, there's a lot of sort of sorting out some of the credible ones from the not so credible ones. And this one, while it got a little bit more effort from the FBI and a little bit further investigation, what we know from the White House is that they're saying that this was completely non-credible.
Ryan, on Wednesday, Attorney General Pam Bondi was subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee to testify about the Epstein files. How are lawmakers reacting to these new documents you were just talking about?
Yeah, so there's a lot of Democrats who are upset, as well as a couple of Republicans who are upset by the handling of these documents overall, and they want to press Pam Bondi on what exactly was happening here. As you mentioned up top, these were originally labeled as duplicates, but they had not been previously released. So there's some questions about exactly how this is all handled. Of course, on the Justice Department side, what they would say is that this was a tremendous amount of documents. I mean, you can't even logistically imagine dealing with this many documents. A lot of the reporting that we've seen out of this has come with the help of AI, for example, sorting through a lot of these millions of documents that were released. So it's just an enormous batch of files. And what DOJ would say is that there are going to be some hiccups along the way, but would not say that this was some sort of purposeful cover-up rather than just typical bureaucratic things.
It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this. Because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to. Amen. Because God is with you and God is using you to defeat evil, to restore families, to awaken the church, to harvest the nations, and to bring a worldwide revival.
Now, on NATO, you voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger.
Savage beauty. Look at that powerful body. Strength, grace, magnificent form. How does the tiger manage to keep himself at the peak of physical fitness for his entire life? He doesn't lift weights, work machines, perform calisthenics or aerobics, and he doesn't jog. Yet he can tear the head off a man. His power comes from his own exercise system, far different from man's, and also far superior. It is the ultimate exercise system, which I call Tiger Moves.
See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, and right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent. Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, no, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What about rising gas prices for Americans who are concerned?
Someone should probably tell Fox's Maria Bartiromo not to ask questions that she doesn't want the answer to.
Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be. It could be or the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same.
I want you to take a look at Bartiromo's face the moment Trump says gas prices will be higher, probably because gas prices reached an all-time high in 2022, and national averages right now are 8 cents away from that. which will mean that Donald Trump will likely be the president to preside over the highest gas prices in American history, which would be bad enough unto itself, but worse given the fact that Trump campaigned expressly on this issue, saying stuff like this on a near daily basis.
I think gasoline's going to be below $2 at some point in the pretty near future. It's very low, much lower than it was under Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, something tells me that Sleepy Joe Biden won't look too sleepy after Americans see their fuel bills in the coming months. But that was actually a high point during this interview with Maria Bartiromo, because he went off the deep end saying this.
Doing well at all. They're getting killed. I could take out Iran in one day. I could take down in one hour. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. And I hate to do it, because if I do it, it takes you 10 years to rebuild. They'll never be able to rebuild it. And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them, because they went public with a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it.
They have now burned what is known to be the statue of a demon named Baal. Now, this is the same demon that the Jews used to worship before Moses brought in the 10 Commandments. And after the release of Epstein files, it looks like a massive protest has outbroken in Iran as of now, where they are literally just burning down the statue of this demon as a declaration against Satanism. So they're basically declaring war against Satan and anything that's not godly. Because as far as what we have seen from the Epstein files, we've already seen that there are children's that are being sacrificed to this demon, and people are outraged after what happened with the Epstein files. But now it definitely looks like Iran is taking the right measures, and they're showing their anger towards this demon that all of these Hollywood and the elites around the world have been worshipping for hundreds and thousands of years. And what really surprised the entire world now is that right after the burning of Baal's statue, this is something that nobody expected, by the way, where Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel has now officially made this statement, where he said that Iran burned the statue of Baal as a declaration of war. We are watching what is happening. Now, this is honestly a very, very clear sign as to who these people worship and why they are being angered. Because as far as what Iran has done, they basically just burned the statue of a demon. And the biggest question arises as to why the Jews are really mad at this stuff. And the fact that Netanyahu says that this is a declaration of war says a lot of things about who these people worship and what they are basically after and what their agendas are. Now, obviously, we know that all the world leaders and mostly all the elites and Hollywood actors and everybody in the industry that are on the top class elite levels of life, they're living the elite lifestyle, have something to do with following Satan. Apparently, it's not just Netanyahu. There's also a massive outrage going on between the elites after watching the statue of this demon Baal burn to ashes. This is what one of the most famous American philosopher named Alexander Rosenberg had to say on his official X post, where he replied to this whole thing stating that this is by far the most anti-Semitic thing that the Iranian regime has ever done. And the fact that burning a demonic figure is now considered anti-Semitic is just mind-blowing. It's very clear that these elites all around the world are very openly declaring war against Jesus, and they are basically declaring war against God and people of God. And the worst thing about this whole stuff is that we Christians, or even people of God, really don't have anything to say or anything to do about this stuff. No one's even doing anything even after the Epstein files are out. And all the guys that are involved in these files are actually running free, and they're still ruling and living their elite class lives as though nothing ever happened. And what's interesting here is that right after the response of Prime Minister Netanyahu, where he said that burning Baal statue is basically known as a declaration of war, and right after he said the statement, it seems like the Iranians were not done with it. So they went on and created another statue of the demon Baal, and they decided to burn it once again. And this right here is the footage where they're throwing stones at these demons, and they're basically just burning the whole thing down. Look at that stuff. So this is basically a very clear sign that the world is waking up, and they're no longer going to be taking this stuff. Again, they're also burning the 666 symbol, which is basically the symbol known for Antichrist. If you don't know, if you haven't read the Bible, you should probably know that the number 666 is basically known as the number of the person who's going to be coming forth in the future. And he is known as the Antichrist, who's basically going to be against God and is going to lead us all into the final chapter of Revelation in the Bible.
They went public with a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in one half of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing. And they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this, because nobody can be so stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever.
Oh, nothing. Just the President of the United States threatening nuclear war again against Iran. In case you thought that maybe, just maybe, Trump learned his lesson after threatening outright genocide against Iran last week, a move that lost him the support of even his most vocal allies.
Now it's time to say no, absolutely not, and say it directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this, because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and pretend, let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
Yeah, apparently the lesson Trump took was to lean in on genocide just in case anyone missed his lunacy the first go around. And what's worse is that it's not like Trump doesn't understand the economic consequences here, because in this same interview, he said this.
You want to see a stock market go down? Let a couple of nuclear bombs be dropped on us, or frankly, any place else. And you'll see a stock market that goes down. So the stock market has not gone down very much at all. Gone down a little bit, much less than I thought. And frankly, the gas hasn't gone up as much as I thought. But regardless, even if it did, we have to stop this group of people from having, and again, it was worse because Khomeini was a total, radical, I'll be nice, maniac. He was a maniac. And you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Right. So I just have the greatest economy ever. Everything's going along. And I say, I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, I say, I'm sorry, fellas. We're in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran, and we have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. They all said, we agree.
That the stock market will crash if he does the thing he is currently threatening to do. Something to remember as he threatens to take any of the insane actions that he's suggesting. He knows full well the consequences, he just doesn't care. It would almost be better if he was completely ignorant, but he's not. He's just reckless. He knows that he's using the market and global economy as a cudgel in his war games. He just doesn't care because he is a lunatic who's perfectly willing to sacrifice everything that we have in pursuit of his own ego trip. Listen to what Trump then said to Bartiromo when she asked about getting the price of oil and gas down.
Going to be enough, the blockade in the strait, the opening up capacity in the United States is this going to be enough to lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, eventually it's going to be lowered. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000. It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years.
He literally did the Pam Bondi. Like, unironically, he pulled this move.
Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about.
That dog shit performance was enough to get Pam Bondi fired. And yet, apparently Trump decided that that's the best he's got, in case you were wondering how good Trump's basket of options were at this particular moment. The reality is that I'm actually glad Trump is doing this little press tour. I'm glad that Fox's audience will hear right from the horse's mouth how bad things are under Trump and how bad they'll continue to get. I'm glad that they don't have to assume that if they're hearing it from the left, that it must mean that it's spin. There's no spin when it's Trump himself threatening more war, when it's Trump himself promising higher gas prices, when it's Trump himself revealing how little he cares about America first and how much he cares about squandering every tax dollar we have in another forever war in the Middle East. Maybe now the whole country will finally realize that America First was window dressing to get your votes, and that all Trump really cares about, all the GOP really cares about, is bolstering his ego, building his legacy, and helping himself.
Let me ask you this, and I'm sure you remember, many out there remember, President Trump said on day one he was going to deal with inflation and make America affordable again, and to bring down the prices of groceries. It's safe to say these things didn't happen. So, I mean, what do you make of this? I know, you know, I'm the preacher, but you practice better than me. I'd be up in the middle of the night saying, I told you so, but how do you, on a serious side, deal with the fact that we are dealing at a time, this war exacerbates it, what's going on with the Straits of Hormuz all exacerbates it, and we're paying for this. This is not just some foreign affair issue somewhere else.
That's right.
The American citizens, black, white, red, blue, don't matter, are paying for this war.
ABC's Mary Bruce asked the president about the consequences for the Iranian people.
Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom.
The president has been threatening to attack Iran's critical infrastructure for weeks, repeatedly delaying his deadline amid ongoing negotiations with the country.
Are you winding this down?
Can't tell you.
Or are you escalating?
I can't tell you. I don't know. I can't tell. Depends what they do.
The critical Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil travels through, is effectively closed, sending oil prices spiking worldwide. The average price of gas now $4.14 a gallon, up $1.20 since the war began. Some airlines tacking on bag fees and shipping companies like Amazon adding a fuel surcharge.
We are in Europe, we have maybe 6 weeks or so jet fuel left. If we are not able to open the Strait of Hormuz, if the refineries as a result of start to work, I can tell you soon we will hear the news that some of the flights from city A to city B might be cancelled as a result of lack of jet fuel. So two big problems: first, the high prices, and second, availability of the gas, availability of the jet fuel, diesel, and others.
Our first images tonight of what the U.S. naval blockade of Iran looks like up close.
If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
As American warships today broadcast warnings to vessels near the Strait of Hormuz not to dock in or depart from Iran.
The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance. Now.
The U.S. is attempting to strangle Iran's economy, preventing it from exporting its main commodity, oil. Iran's Revolutionary Guard responded that if the blockade continues, Iran will disrupt traffic in another vital shipping lane, the Red Sea. President Trump insists all of this will be over soon and that negotiations with Iran could restart by the end of the week, likely again in Pakistan.
I think it's close to over, yeah.
But Israel today insisted any peace deal won't apply to Lebanon, where thousands of Israeli troops are fighting Hezbollah and carving out a buffer zone. Today, I went to the Israeli-Lebanese border and met with a senior Israeli military official.
How long do Israeli forces plan to stay in Lebanon?
I think we've been fighting since October 7th, 2023. And we're committed to continuing doing so as much as needed.
And overnight, Tucker Carlson, who has long supported President Trump, offering his harshest criticism of the president yet, slamming the president's Easter message to Iran that said, "Open the expletive strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell."
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this, quote, "Administration officials, they are targets." And he also wrote this: "I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes." What's your reaction to that?
Well, I was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are
never,
the gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're
the
disgraceful.
When you have to go on national television and insist, quote, "I'm not a rapist, I'm not a pedophile," that kind of speaks volumes unto itself, doesn't it? Especially considering he follows up that denial with an outright lie. "I was totally exonerated." Okay, how? How exactly is Trump exonerated? Did I miss the release of the other 3 million Epstein files? Or is it that Trump's DOJ, under his leadership, continues to hide the exact files that could actually exonerate him? In fact, it is that very cover-up that makes it all but impossible to believe Trump's desperate denials. Since day one, it's been insistence after insistence of covering up Epstein's crimes and Trump's involvement in the whole Epstein situation. From waving around fake binders with right-wing influencers, to Pam Bondi saying the Epstein files were on her desk ready to be released before suddenly they weren't, to Todd Blanche moving Ghislaine Maxwell to a low-security prison after she suddenly announced that Trump wasn't implicated at all, before us then saying that she wants a pardon, to the documents that were released having victims' names exposed and co-conspirators' names hidden, to now where 3 million files are still suppressed, despite that Epstein Files Transparency Act law being signed about 4 months ago. So obviously, none of this is proof of Trump's guilt, but you can be damn sure that it's not evidence of his innocence.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times.
Asking all people of goodwill to search always for peace and not violence, to reject war, especially a war which many people have said is an unjust war, which is continuing to escalate and which is not resolving anything. In fact, we have a worldwide economic crisis, energy crisis, situation in the Middle East of great instability, which is only provoking more hatred throughout the world. So come back to the table, let's talk, let's look for solutions in a peaceful way, and let's remember especially the innocent, children, the elderly, the sick, so many people who have already become or will become victims of this continued warfare. To remind all that attacks on civilian infrastructure is against international law, but that it is also a sign of the hatred, the division, the destruction that the human being is capable of. And we all want to work for peace. People want peace. I would invite the citizens of all the countries involved to contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war always. Thank you very much.
Are you
The failing.
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with it?
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it, and yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like, actually, a past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it, yeah.
Which president?
I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left.
Okay, a lot packed in there. Trump says a former president wishes he would have started this war with Iran. The former president is so jealous, he wishes he could have been as powerful and bold as Donald Trump. Wishes he could have been the one to plunge the United States into an open-ended conflict with a country of 93 million people without feeling really the responsibility at all to think through any of the consequences, as Trump has not thought through. Of course, Trump can't say which president it is because that would, quote, embarrass him, though apparently he likes this person. There you go. But look, here's the thing. There are only 4 former U.S. presidents still living on this earth. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden. That's it. Those 4. There they are. Now, I must now reach out to spokespeople for Presidents Clinton, Obama, and Biden, all of whom confirmed that they have not had any recent conversations with Donald Trump about Iran. And the Wall Street Journal has confirmed through a spokesperson that President Bush also did not have a conversation with Trump about Iran. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. None of them had a conversation with Donald Trump. So why is Donald Trump claiming that a former president told him he was super jealous of Trump's war? Is the current president lying? I mean, entirely possible. Is he confused? Is he both lying and confused? I mean, my money, my gut is really on option C, as in both, but honestly, we don't know. What we do know is that this whole weird lying about a conversation with a former president episode is part of a pattern. This is not a one-off. Every day, Trump seems to say something about this war that is directly contradicted by reporting.
We're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people.
Hey, Orange Pig, America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you all. We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for For a man with tiny hands, tiny thing, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out, the smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers, well, look at your team. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
Quiet. You no longer have credibility at the New York Times. Because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election, and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes, and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to war going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages.
Right.
And we've heard a range of those
Sure.
kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down,
Can't tell you.
or are you escalating
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't know. I can't tell you. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, well, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess, indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now, we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. Well, thank you very much. It's great to have the Prime Minister of Australia. Fantastic place. A lot of friends over there, and this is one of them right here. The Prime Minister is, as you know, Anthony Albanese, and he's highly respected, done very well in his election, and I hear you're very popular today, right? I mean, it varies from day to day, but with all of us. But he's done a fantastic job as the Prime Minister. We're here to talk about trade, submarines, lots of other military equipment. They're big orderers of our great military equipment. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world by far. And, ooh, you got to watch that. Watch that. You're not allowed to break that. That mirror is 400 years old. A camera just hit the mirror. I just moved it up here special from the vaults, and the first thing that happens, the camera hits it. Hard to believe, isn't it? Hard to believe, but these are the problems in life. So we're going to be here to talk about lots of different things, and we might take a few questions before, but we are discussing critical minerals and rare earths, and we're going to be signing an agreement that's been negotiated over a period of 4 or 5 months. And it was sort of good timing that we got it done just in time for the visit. And we worked together very much on rare earths, critical minerals, and lots of other things. And we've had a very good relationship. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. But we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages.
Donald Trump always promises the best deals, but a day after he backed down from his threat to kill, quote, a whole civilization, end quote, his words, everyone's waking up to the fact that his ceasefire with Iran was smoke and mirrors, that the president of the United States crossed a dark line that cannot be uncrossed, all for a shaky promise of a temporary peace that began falling apart less than 24 hours later, and a humiliating list of concessions that Iran says Trump promised them. It's starting to look like Trump was desperate for a way out of a war that he launched almost 6 weeks ago without good reason, a way to wrap it up, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and declare mission accomplished. That's what the White House tried to do this afternoon.
Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph.
New strikes across Tehran.
Supreme leader killed in the attack.
U.S. fighter jets shot down. War is spreading to new countries.
As far as we need to go.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action.
How did we get here? Why is the U.S. really going to war with Iran? Trump has been trying out a lot of justifications, but none of these reasons are really valid.
Last year, he bragged that Iran's nuclear program was obliterated by their strikes, and Iran didn't have any missiles capable of reaching the US.
If you want at least part of the answer, what Marco Rubio is talking about here, as usual, follow the money.
Miriam gave my campaign, indirectly and directly, $250 million. She was number one.
That's Miriam Adelson, and her checkbook has arguably shaped U.S. foreign policy more than any diplomat in the last decade. Adelson and her late husband are billionaires, staunch Zionists, and they act as Israel's biggest lobbyists in the United States. If you want to be elected president these days, you need about $1 billion for your campaign. So when someone gives you $250 million like Miriam Adelson did to support Trump in the last election, that buys a lot of influence.
He'd call and say, can I come over, please? And what he did is he fought for Israel. That's all he really fought for.
In the first Trump administration, they cashed in by getting Trump to move the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And side note, the government actually sold the U.S. ambassador's house in Tel Aviv quickly so a future administration couldn't move the embassy back. Who did they sell it to? The Adelsons. Then they pushed Trump to recognize the Golan Heights, a historically disputed territory occupied by Israel in 1967, as officially part of Israel.
They were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights.
And they lobbied hard for Trump to kill the Iran nuclear agreement negotiated by the Obama administration. All of these choices pushed the U.S. closer to Israel and closer to a conflict with Iran, which is exactly what the Adelsons were paying him for. So now, when Marco Rubio says,
we knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces.
We can better understand what's actually going on here. Israel is leading the charge. This is a war for their benefit. Iran is Israel's biggest regional rival. So if Iran is brought in line, Israel becomes the uncontested power in the region. Trump is falling in line because he's bought and paid for by Republican megadonors like the Adelsons.
Look at his face! Get in on that face!
Well, hello there. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I guess you couldn't forget your William.
Oh, he said it!
I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say.
Over the next few days and weeks, you're going to hear a lot about imminent threats, defensive strikes, and national security. The reality of this war is much more simple. It's a war being launched to satisfy the demands of a small handful of billionaires.
Fortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end, or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Hello, gentlemen. Nice of you to come on
such short notice. General Decker, it seems I owe you an apology.
Hey, we all make mistakes, Mr. President.
Not anymore. We're going to take charge of this thing.
Excellent, sir. I have prepared the order.
What's this?
Oh, that's your executive order authorizing full use of our nuclear deterrent, sir.
Are you out of your mind? I'm not going to start a war.
We're already at war, sir. We have to nuke them. We have to nuke them now.
General Decker, if you do not shut up, I am going to relieve you of your command.
We have to strike now, sir. Annihilate! Kill! Kill! Kill!
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Now, I want the people to know that they still have 2 out of 3 branches of the government working for them, and that ain't bad. I want the people to know that the schools will still be open, okay? And I want the people to know that the garbage will still be carried out. And I want a cop on every corner, which incidentally, we would already have if they had listened to me in the last election. Jerry, how soon can we go on the air?
So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that, and I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that I won't be. We were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully, we won't have to do it, and hopefully, we can make a deal that's good for all of us, including the Middle Eastern allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody, as good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them. It was a very, very strong threat from the President of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
But by that time, Trump's alleged deal with Iran, which ostensibly is a 2-week ceasefire to negotiate peace, was already falling apart. Now, according to the Pakistani officials who brokered the ceasefire agreement between Trump and Iran, the deal covers Lebanon, too, which has been under constant bombardment by Israel. Multiple Iranian officials said the same thing, and they publicly warned that they would respond if Israel didn't stop the bombing in Lebanon. But today, Israel didn't just continue bombing Lebanon. It launched the deadliest attacks there since the war began, 100 airstrikes in 10 minutes. According to the New York Times. At least 182 people were killed and hundreds were wounded today alone, according to the AP. Today, the White House saw that fire raging and poured gasoline on it.
Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? Because as you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire.
So after the U.S. said that their idea of a peace deal doesn't extend to stopping Israel's bombs that are going into Lebanon, Iranian state media reported that the government there had resumed blocking traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, once again cutting off 20% of the world's oil and gas supply. As a reminder, that's something they were not doing before Donald Trump started the war. The Strait of Hormuz was open and operating properly 6 weeks ago, something Trump said had to stop before he would end the war. But once again, the White House was caught flat-footed.
Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today.
We've seen an uptick in traffic in the Strait of Hormuz today. Let's talk about that for a second. Before Iran closed the strait again today, 3 ships were observed leaving the region on Wednesday, according to ship tracking data that's compiled by Bloomberg. That is 3 ships out of an estimated 800 tanker ships awaiting safe passage. And by the time the White House spokesperson, Carolyn Leavitt, left that podium, Iranian officials said the U.S. had violated the ceasefire agreement and that peace negotiations would not continue.
It was in President Trump's hands. That's why they came to the table. He ultimately said, we can take it all from you. Your ability to export energy will be taken away. And the United States military has the ability to strike those things with impunity. That type of threat is what brought them to the place where they effectively say, hey, okay, we want to cut this deal. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zier, Real America's Voice. During the ceasefire, what do we do when we see Iran rearming, regrouping, repositioning weapon systems and air defenses? And also, have we confirmed the specific model type of air defense or man pads that took down our F-15? And is it still a threat for our patrols?
We're still working through the specific details around that particular shoot down. And the crews, when they normally return, go through a debriefing process along with the other members of that flight that were out there. And they'll go back, as they always do, and forensically look at what are the tactical lessons learned. Did we sense or see something? Could we have done something different? We do that, as I mentioned in a prior press conference, every single time we take any loss like that, so that we become a quick learning organization. On the other part of your question around the movement of Iranian military forces, U.S. CENTCOM will continue to monitor that situation. They will continue to have a series of response options, and if need be, will come to the Secretary and to the President for guidance and be prepared to do the things that they're ordered to do so against valid military targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we have.
I would just note, it's a good question. The more Iran moves forces, the more they emplace forces, the more easily targetable they are for us right now. Remember, we're able to look, we're able to see, we're able to sense. We know so if they try to pre-position, they're just creating riper military targets for us to strike should they make the wrong decision at the table.
Secretary Louis Martinez with ABC News. First, a question to General Kane, sir. In your personal opinion, were the risks of the Strait of Hormuz being closed because of the conflict, were they mitigated early enough in part of the decision-making process to lead up to the decision to take action against Iran? And in your opinion, is Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz? We just heard the Secretary say that Iran is letting them ships through, which would imply that potentially it's not just The Secretary also said that the U.S., that the strait is open. You did say that, sir. But in your opinion, sir, how can the U.S. ensure safe passage? Mr. Secretary, can you say today that the United States achieved, the administration achieved the military goals that you've constantly delineated? But strategically, is that a victory because of that? And also, you said earlier that the president chose mercy, but you yourself had said 3 weeks ago that we will give no quarter to Iranian troops. How do you correlate those two? And do you think that your comments may have put American troops at risk?
No. I try to be nice up here, but you did listen to what I said, right? I laid out the objectives. We believe we've accomplished them, and it's a historic military victory. And President Trump has the option as the commander-in-chief to compel an adversary to the table, which is precisely what he did. And at the end, he chose to say, you know what, I'd rather talk to you at the table than obliterate your capability to export oil and fund your terror regime. So he did make that choice. That was his choice. He was a president of peace, and he's been willing to make those really tough calls that the American people elected him to do. Nothing we've done, not a single thing we've done. This is a typical, of course, it's ABC. Not a single thing we've done has put an American troop in more of a harm's way.
Yo, Pete Hegseth, this one's specially for you. You punk-ass rapist, bitch. Straight from Iran. Tattoo covered clown with that cafe ink on your arm. Think you a crusader? Nah, just a drunk infidel in a fake uniform. Chain to kill all Muslims. Wasted in a hotel lobby. Sexual assault settlement in Monterey. Blocked the door, took a phone, paid her off quiet, cause Me Too was on. Now you secretary? What a joke, bro. Cheated on wives, multiple affairs, kids in the mix, family man, hell no. Handsy with women at Fox, drunk on the job, your own team say, yo, this dude toxic. Couldn't even guard Biden's inauguration, your own military said next. Book called American Crusade, dreaming holy war, but reality check. You just a failed vet, turned TV clown, slipping on your own mess. Trump picked you cause you kissed the ring, but wait, funny part ain't coming. The dude you sucking up to for that secretary gig, Trump himself was Bill Clinton's top cocksucker, giving blue jobs back in the day. Real talk, you out here blowing for access, but he the original BJ Queen. You thought our missiles max 2,000 kilometers? Cute, rookie mistake. We hitting the Baal, worshiping Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the kids. Revenge for every American soul you and Trump's dirty crew oppressed and did. We taking payback for the girls you broke, the wives you broke, the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the dark. Iran got you on the play. You threw everything at us, all your cards, all your might. We still operating on 10% power, laughing while you fight. We see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full force, just a warm up, Persian flow with the wrath. Pete, you done roasted raw. Iran sending this heat, feel the math. Drop the mic, infidel clown, we coming.
We've only set our troops up to harm Iranian military capabilities, which they've done to devastating fashion and to great success. Mr. Chairman, you had a point.
There's a lot in that question. I'd love to take that offline and answer it, but I'm struggling to find exactly what your question was, and that's probably me, not you. Okay, all right. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, it was an indictment framed as a question, so you're forgiven for not understanding. Go ahead, please.
Can I frame it again, sir?
No, you've had your chance. Go ahead, sir.
Open right now.
Thank you very much.
I believe so, based on the diplomatic negotiation. So I believe so. I believe so.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, sorry.
Before I play you this next very instructive clip, I want to note that the only reason we have it is because the White House seemingly accidentally posted a live stream of it, which they then tried to delete, but not before the internet saved it for posterity. And just for context, Donald Trump starts by referring to the head of the Office of Management and Budget, the Christian nationalist author of Project 2025, Russell Vogt.
We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it, too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country.
All right. All these little scams that have taken place, like that little scam daycare. Joining me now is Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen, member of the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, good to see you. Thank you for being with us. Let me throw some numbers out at you. Apparently, the Penn-Wharton budget model says this war has cost $65 billion so far. The White House is asking for $200 billion for it. The Tomahawk missiles alone are $3 billion. They take a year to two to build per missile. We've spent $3 billion on them. This is in a country where we had Doge ripping apart the government last year. We had people not getting their food stamps. We have people not getting their Obamacare subsidies. But we're spending somewhere between $65 billion and $200 billion on a war that no one is able to explain.
Well, Ali, that's right. And we should all remember that during the campaign, candidate Donald Trump promised that he would keep us out of foreign wars and focus instead on trying to make things better right here at home. Instead, he is, along with Prime Minister Netanyahu, started a foreign war. Prices are going up. And now he says, well, we've got to pay for this war in Iran by cutting back on federal investments. You played the clip with childcare, but there are also other points in that speech where he talks about cutting Medicaid, cutting Medicare. So the bottom line is the president who said he wouldn't start a war now wants to pay for it by cutting deeply into American health care programs and other programs that help American families here at home.
But that's not that surprising, is it, Senator? I mean, you go back to the history of wars that America has started. One group tends to benefit from this very well, either oil producers or munitions makers. I mean, that's the nature of the game. It becomes too much money that we have to pay for a war, so you're going to have to cut it from the people who can least afford it.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, you've got defense contractors who are going to be raking it in, and other folks who are close to the president are going to be raking it in. But the American people will suffer. And of course, this comes on top of what Donald Trump and Republicans in Washington did last year, right? They passed their so-called big, beautiful bill, which was beautiful if you're a billionaire. You got really big tax cuts. But to partially pay for that, they cut Medicaid, they cut food nutrition programs. So now comes this year, and Donald Trump goes off and starts a war and says, well, we're going to have to cut back on Medicare. We're going to have to cut back on Medicaid. We're going to have to cut back on our efforts to make child care more affordable. So at the end of the day, he is screwing the American people and doing exactly what he said he was going to avoid. He said he was going to focus on things here at home, keep us out of foreign wars. He's done exactly the opposite.
I was talking to Ben Rhodes about this a minute ago. I want to play it for you, something that he said about gas prices in the Oval Office. Let's listen.
Gas prices, today they hit $4.
We're $4, yeah, and we have a country that's not going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months.
But Americans are feeling the effects in the interim.
And they're also feeling a lot safer.
What is the plan to bring them back down?
All I have to do is leave Iran, and we'll be doing that very soon, and they'll become tumbling down.
We're not going to have a country that's going to be throwing a nuclear weapon at us in 6 months. That's just nonsensical talk. There's no. I mean, you know these things. You're on serious committees in the Senate. There was no discussion about Iran throwing a nuclear weapon at America in 6 months or 6 years.
It was a complete and total lie, Ali. And the president himself, told the country last year that he had
obliterated it.
Iran's nuclear enrichment program, obliterated it. And then his DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, testified publicly the other day that Iran has made no effort to try to reconstitute that nuclear enrichment program. And so that was just a complete and total lie. And as you and Ben Rhodes discussed, I mean, they're nowhere near any kind of ballistic missile that can reach the United States. So this was all a fabrication by the President of the United States to try to justify his actions while Americans are hurting here at home. We've lost 13 of our service members, hundreds wounded. As you discussed, thousands of civilians killed in the region. And we're paying $2 billion a day, we, the American taxpayers, while gas prices are going up. And now Donald Trump says, well, You know, we've got to cut back on other investments that are important to the American people. This war should never have started. We should end it now. Donald Trump is talking about asking for another $200 billion. And I can tell you, Allie, I won't vote for one more dime for this illegal war of choice.
I think we're going to find a lot of people on both sides of the aisle who are going to say no one has given us an explanation as to why we need to be spending another dime on this war. Senator, good to see you as always. Thank you for joining us. For its part, the White House says peace talks are ongoing, and J.D. Vance is slated to join negotiations in Pakistan this weekend.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement.
A no deal. That's the word from Vice President J.D. Vance after negotiations between the United States and Iran wrapped up in Pakistan. After nearly an entire day's worth of talks, Vance was seen arriving at Pakistan's airbase this morning.
The vice president saying while the two sides had a number of good discussions, they simply did not come to an agreement, as you heard right there, to end this conflict. And so Vance added that one of the main sticking points is over Iran's nuclear ambitions. Does the 2-week ceasefire continue, or does the fighting resume?
A Local 10's Leanne Morejon joins us live from the newsroom with more details. Leanne.
And we have a lot of breaking news just within the last 10 minutes. President Trump announcing that effective immediately, the U.S. will start to blockade ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. He's also directing the U.S. Navy to interdict ships that have paid a toll to Iran to transit the strait. The president also saying moments ago that the U.S. is ready to, quote, finish up Iran at the appropriate moment after no deal was reached in these Pakistan talks. That news follows Iran's chief negotiator blaming the United States for the failure of these talks. The negotiations lasted 21 hours between the United States and Iran in the Pakistani capital of Islamabad. They wrapped up early this morning without finding any common ground on several main issues. Officials say both countries failed to find any commonality regarding the Strait of Hormuz, nuclear powers, and sanctions relief. A spokesman for the Iranian Foreign Ministry posted on social media that war reparations were also a topic as Iran focused on defending its country's rights. Vice President J.D. Vance says the U.S. will not bend when it comes to nuclear ambitions, and a failure to reach an agreement will bring forth even more consequences.
We just could not get to a situation where the Iranians were willing to accept our terms. I think that we were quite flexible. We were quite accommodating. The president told us you need to come here in good faith and make your best effort to get a deal. We did that. And unfortunately, we weren't able to make any headway.
President Trump also demands the strait be opened soon, threatening that whether Iran cooperates or not, it will happen. Military tensions remain high as neither side bends, and Trump doubles down on his demands.
We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines. You call them water mines in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy has gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have mine sweepers out there. We're sweeping the strait.
The U.S. military announced 2 Navy destroyers dispatched to the strait, starting mine-clearing operations. Iran denies this, saying it remains in full control of passage rights. All of this as the death toll in Lebanon continues to rise as Israel continues launching strikes, saying the country was excluded from the 2-week ceasefire. Over 2,000 people have been killed in Lebanon since the war with Iran began, along with 6,400 people wounded. Israel reports the military is targeting militants as part of the terrorist organization Hezbollah, with more than 200 sites within Lebanon. The group is fighting for Iran.
Israel is just hitting indiscriminately, so anyone could be next. You can be living in your apartment in Lebanon, and underneath the pretense that a Hezbollah member is in your building can be struck down and you can die. And in Beirut especially, it's attacked very urban, very populated areas, killing lots of people who were just walking in the streets, minding their business at home, just doing groceries. And then it claimed that these were Hezbollah targets, which were not. What we're seeing here effectively is just Israel trying to destroy whatever is remaining at the moment of a very fragile social fabric in Lebanon. People feel very vulnerable and very defenseless at the moment. It's like they want us to be on the verge of collapse. I think the aim is to cause civil strife internally, to pit Lebanese against each other. People are very afraid because Israel has published yesterday a map of Lebanon that includes its entirety as a possible target. There are no more safe space. This is frankly something that can only be categorized as a terrorist attack. Israel is simply using intimidation and violence against civilians for some political and military aim that it has, pitting Lebanese against each other, and especially against Hezbollah, which for many is considered as the party that has brought Israel over Lebanon. So I think what Israel is wanting to achieve is creating that intense distrust internally so that it can further destabilize Lebanon and continue its aim, whatever it's doing in the south at the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I have the honor to read the following joint statement on the safety and security of peacekeepers on behalf of Algeria, Armenia, Australia, Austria, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Belgium, Brazil, Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, People's Republic of China, Colombia, Croatia, Cyprus, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Denmark, Egypt, El Salvador, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Ghana, Greece, Guatemala, Hungary, Indonesia, Ireland, Italy, Jordan, Latvia, Liberia, Luxembourg, Malaysia, Malta, Moldova, Mongolia, Morocco, Nepal, the Netherlands, North Macedonia, Pakistan, Panama, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, Republic of Korea, Romania, Russian Federation, Sierra Leone, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sweden, Tanzania, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Turkey, United Kingdom, Uruguay, Zambia, and the European Union. And the list is, as of now, we have indication that more countries will be joining this statement. We, the troop contributing countries to the UN Interim Force in Lebanon, or UNIFIL, joined by several other member states and the European Union, express deep concern over the escalation of tension in Lebanon since 2 March 2026 and its impact on the safety and security of peacekeepers.
The Israeli military today launched 3 consecutive attacks on 3 different teams of paramedics, all operating in the southern Lebanese town of Meyfadoun. And what we heard from the Lebanese health ministry was that first there was a paramedic team that, as is normal, responded to an emergency call. They were going to the site of an Israeli airstrike where there were wounded people they needed to rescue. And as they were arriving to Meyfadoun, they were hit by an Israeli drone strike, killing 2 paramedics at that site and wounding others. And then the paramedics sent yet another team in order to rescue that first team. And as they were arriving to the town, another Israeli strike hit that team and wounded 3 of those paramedics. So then the civil defense decided to send yet a third team in order to rescue the first and the second teams. They were also hit when arriving to the town. Another 2 paramedics were killed in that third strike, and more were wounded. The Lebanese health ministry has condemned this as a blatant violation of international law, saying medical facilities should never be a target under the Geneva Conventions. We're still waiting for comment from the Israeli military on exactly what it was targeting in these strikes. And we know from the past that Israel has accused the Hezbollah militant group that it is fighting a war with in the south of using medical facilities and ambulances as cover for its militant activities. But it has not provided evidence of this. And so far in this war, Israeli strikes have killed more than 91 health workers so far, according to the Lebanese health ministry.
We condemn in the strongest terms the persistent attacks against UNIFIL, including the latest grave attacks which cost the lives of 3 Indonesian peacekeepers and injured several other peacekeepers from France, Ghana, Indonesia, Nepal, and Poland. We also firmly condemn the unacceptable aggressive behavior towards UNIFIL personnel and leadership recently observed. We recall that peacekeepers must never be the target of attack, and that attacks on them are prohibited while they enjoy protection under international law and relevant UN Security Council resolutions and may constitute a war crime. The safety and security of UN peacekeepers is non-negotiable, and we urge the UN and the Security Council to exert all tools available at its disposal to strengthen the protection of UN peacekeepers in an increasingly dangerous environment. We reaffirm our full support for UNIFIL and its mandate as set out in relevant Security Council resolutions and urge all parties under all circumstances to take all measures to ensure the safety and security of peacekeeping personnel and premises in accordance with international law. We call on the UN to continue investigating all attacks against peacekeepers in a prompt, transparent, and comprehensive manner, and keep the relevant troop contributing country informed on the progress consistent with Security Council resolutions 2518, 2020, and 2589, 2021. Those responsible for these attacks must be held accountable. We express deep concerns over the humanitarian situation in Lebanon, especially the significant civilian casualties, the extensive destruction of civilian infrastructure, and the mass displacement of more than 1 million people. We call on parties to urgently return to the cessation of hostilities arrangement of 2024 and respect the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1701 of 2026. We call for a cessation of hostilities in Lebanon, de-escalation of tensions, and for all parties to return to the negotiating table. We reiterate our strong commitment to the sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and unity of Lebanon. We pay tribute to the dedication and service of all United Nations peacekeepers who risk their lives in the cause of international peace and security, and express our deep appreciation to all troop contributing countries. Thank you, and I thank everybody who are here. Thank you very much.
The centralization of power into fewer hands is not a good trend. Fascism was about the concentration of power communism was about the concentration of power. Any dictatorship wants to concentrate power. Now, what's the justification for this? They will come up with stories, but when you look at the politics, it's very clear. In our day and age and where we live, the politics is not convincing because actually the opposite should happen. We claim to be fans of democracy. That means equal rights for people, participation of people in the decision-making process, not one-way diktats from above by central planners. Now, the politics is clear. There's no justification for this, but they're selling it us on the economics. What about the economics? Well, the economics is also very clear. There's no justification for centralization, even in the economics. What is the economics? Well, in order to have both democracy and economic success and prosperity, we need decentralization. The principle of decentralization is also known as the principle of subsidiarity, officially subscribed to, where we are, by Brussels, but of course in reality ignored almost all the time, is about delegating power and decision-making, the actual decision-making, to the lowest possible level, wherever possible. And it's been shown any organization involving humans will be more successful if you follow that principle because it works. People on the ground, at the front line, whatever it may be, they can react quickly, they can make decisions. So the decisions will be better, will be more effective, but also people will be motivated. That's why the Soviet Union didn't really work so well, because you had these crazy instructions which made no sense, but you still had to do it anyway. So this principle is well established. I wrote a paper on this, Subsidiarity as Secret of Success. And it's an HR journal, Employee Relations. It's open access, so have a look at it. So we have no political justification and no economic justification. And yet the central planners demand more power and more concentration of power into their hands. And it's pretty bad, I tell you. It's been going on for years. They want to control all transactions. Let's start with transactions. Since the 2014 e-invoicing directive and the regulation 910, the Commission has made law that there will have to be electronic identification in order to allow for the creation of EU digital identity wallets. And some countries have already implemented this. Hungary, of all countries, actually has moved ahead of others in implementing this. And that means that there's no more economic transaction freedom because as a company, you're not allowed to issue an invoice. If it's not through the system with specific software, which is part of the centralized control. And of course, that is the first step to then also intervene and, perhaps stop transactions, whatever you want. Once you have the infrastructure, you can use this power. But it's not just Europe. We see the same trends, just like in 2020, when suddenly everyone had the same very strange list of prescriptions that needed to be implemented. Japan already has a qualified issuer invoice registration system, and so on. So what is this? This is actually the fallback plan B route to impose digital ID and total digital control of all our transactions in case things don't work out so well with Plan A. So we have to be aware of that. Plan A is central bank digital currency that are programmable, the power to create and allocate new money, which would give this to the central bank and therefore also transfer fiscal powers, the only sort of remaining power in the hands of parliaments, which is one of the definitions of democracy, for parliaments to decide over budgets. Obviously, we're not in the parliament here because that's not the democratic parliament when you don't have those powers. But they want to take them away from those parliaments in Europe that have those powers. The central planners want to take that job. But it's the transactions. And here, of course, what is the programmability? Well, is the infrastructure being created? It could be anything. It could be climate change, carbon footprint. That could be the principle, but it can be other principles. Do you support the war? Are you on the right side with your opinion on whatever currently is, countries we're making war on? It could be anything. It could be you're stepping outside a 15-minute city, and so your money perhaps shouldn't work. But it's not just transactions, it's also assets. And this gets pretty scary here, I think. The Bank for International Settlement, the central bank, originally created like most central banks as a privately owned institution, but extraterritorial, created the precedent for extraterritorial organization that is above countries, outside countries. So it's sort of in Switzerland, but it's not actually in Switzerland, in Basel, has suggested that, well, we need to tokenize everything, all assets, and bank deposit, bank money, central bank money, as well as other assets. And there needs to be seamless integration of all this and programmability in one platform, we are told. So what are these other assets? It turns out we already have national organizations that are currently compiling asset registers. And you think, okay, that's financial assets. Perhaps add land. Well, you can add quite a lot. They want to add everything, natural assets, the air we breathe, the water we drink, the oceans, everything. Now, why is this? Tolstoy wrote a good piece on this when he criticized economists for only having land, labor, capital in the production function. Why is the air not in there? The energy, the sun. Well, because they haven't figured out how to control access and charge for it. And that's what's happening with digital ID. They now are able to do this. And now they want to do it, as we hear from World Economic Forum agenda contributor Lindsay Hooper at Sustainability Institute in Cambridge. We need to bring nature onto the balance sheet, allocate a value to it, and bring it into the accounting and financial mechanism. Well, and of course, there's various agencies in the US, in the UK, in Europe, in many countries already doing this for nature, and they're digitalizing it now. A natural capital register, the value, the quantity, and the quality of natural resources in one place. Now, this agency in the UK says, well, there's some critics that suggest, oh, we're trying to put a price tag on nature. It's important to understand that this is not the intention of natural capital accounts. Of course not. Because the intention is to control access to nature and charge for it. And they themselves go on, well, actually, what we're going to do is put monetary terms to nature, calculating where possible monetary value to the benefits produced by natural assets, and this will support, they say, prioritization. In other words, some people will get access, others not, and the criteria, well, they can be made up. Europe, the EU, is creating the Anti-Money Laundering Authority, AMLA, under a lot of secrecy and not exactly very transparent itself. And of course, this asset register will then have all sorts of assets in it. And of course, we then have as a next step the tokenization of these assets. And why is that important? In Switzerland, they're building the European Digital Asset Exchange. There will be other asset exchanges. Well, tokens can be useful to the extent that they facilitate the process of issuing, storing, and transferring value. So access can be programmed not just on transactions, but also access to assets, including natural assets and the air we breathe. And ownership of these tokenized assets can be transferred from you to the central planners. That seems to be the agenda. So why aren't they rolling this out faster? Well, McKinsey in its study said, oh, there's some obstacles. Technical challenges, for example, internet connections, things like that. Secondly, a clear or substantiated market value proposition has yet to be documented. In other words, there is no actual benefit of this for ordinary people. Some consider CBDC benefits to be limited relative to already established private solutions. We have digital money, it works. And thirdly, I'm still quoting McKinsey, trust remains a hurdle for a meaningful share of citizens and system participants to accept this, who question the motives behind CBDCs, often suspecting governments of aiming to monitor or restrict financial activities. Of course, we now realize it's not just financial activities, it's about all activities, and the programmability is a key feature. The Bank of England asked the government, the politicians in the UK, to give them the power to have programmable digital currency, and that is a control tool. The pilot CBDC projects that are ongoing. For example, this one in Brazil in particular. Experts have already found out, yes, it has all those features. You can freeze transactions, you can take people's money away, you can intervene in those ways. Now, the central planners claim we will not abuse the limitless power that digital ID and CBDCs will give us. Okay. Well, should we trust them? Well, I can be brief here. I think all of you know examples of how this sort of power has already been abused. Just thinking of Justin Trudeau's ending the peaceful demonstrations by truckers in Ottawa. Their bank accounts were frozen. Their ability to buy food is how they got them. Too few used cash and digital currency. Well, they didn't have CBDCs, so they had to pass laws to do it, and that will be very easy once you have CBDCs. The police froze 206 financial products, including bank and corporate accounts, disclosed 56 entities associated with vehicles, facial recognition, even 253 Bitcoin addresses were identified, and PayPal was also shut down. So that's how they can do it. Now, interestingly, no such financial controls had been used previously to stop criminals. But, of course, peaceful demonstrating citizens, that's when it seems the central planners get pretty creative about how to stop people. And, of course, we all know what happened in 2020. Digital ID suddenly were a topic. Vaccination passports as a backdoor to introduce digital ID. And then, of course, programmability. You can close access if you don't do X, Y, Z. And it can be anything the government central planners decide. And now we have the EU commissars already abusing their dictatorial powers that they've had for a while, but now they're showing these powers by declaring polite, very polite, considered critics like Jacques Baal, a Swiss former sort of army officer, in his, just giving his opinions. He's an outlaw now. He's been sanctioned. He can't buy food. He can't leave the country, Belgium, in order to travel back to Switzerland. It is quite extraordinary. Now, on the monetary front, the CBDC is the biggest upheaval in our monetary system in more than 300 years. But the digital aspect is not new. What is happening, therefore, is the centralization, but it's a particular type of centralization. The central banks are ripping up the old agreement between the banks and the central banks, which was that the central banks deal with banks and the banks deal with us. And overall, the banks haven't really abused that. They've never sold our data, ever, our transactions data. They haven't. That's really why they've become the enemy, because that's supposed to be a currency that they want to sell and trade, and banks have refused to do that. So the central banks are now stepping into the arena and want to compete against their regulated, the banks. This is like playing football. The umpire saying, well, it's a bit boring. I'm going to join. I'm going to score some goals, but I'll still reserve the right to blow the whistle, give the red card, give the yellow card. Who's going to win that game? So the bank regulators will compete against the banks, because CBDC is just a current account at the central bank. That's what's happening. Of course, this conflict of interest explains what the central banks have been doing. They've been taking anti-bank policies for many decades. Already in 2002, I warned about how the central banks were creating these asset bubbles, banking crises, recessions. And of course, that has continued ever since. Unabated, we've got regulatory moral hazard. The more crises they create, the more powers we give them. Each time they demand, it's because we didn't have enough powers, which is not actually true and should have been stopped earlier. So can we trust the central banks to give them yet more power? I think the answer should be a resounding no. The high inflation that started in 21 was created by the central banks. No matter what they tell you about wars, the economics is very clear. I could forecast it quite successfully from May 2020 onwards that 18 months later we'll get significant inflation because the money creation was just massive, off the charts. Then the central banks imposed a fake pandemic. You know that story. And we know that people like Jeffrey Epstein, it's now public record, were involved as early as 2017 in setting up the scheme of this great pandemic for some investors to make a fortune, such as Bill Gates. And then we can also make money injecting people with stuff and solve the problem, as Epstein and Bill Gates discussed, matter of public record, of how to get rid of the poor people. And of course, it was used at the same time to push digital ID.
So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the N.W.O, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is getting me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what you sell.
Everything is in there, you know? And so they want a one world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people. And you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intentions.
Eric, can you be specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions?
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I had made a video called Mad as Hell, and he'd seen the video and wanted to meet me and knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him and I liked him, and he was a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. Never told me what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event. And out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, you know, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order. And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later, 9/11 happened. And I remember he was telling me how how you're going to see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places. And there's going to be this war on terror, of which there's no real enemy. And the whole thing is a giant hoax, you know, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror. And he's laughing. There's no... Who are we fighting? I mean, why do you think 9/11 happened and then nothing's happened since then? Do you think that our security is so great here that these people who pulled off 9/11, who were able to, can't knock down another plane? Come on, it's ridiculous. 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate the fear of the American people into subordinating themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this war, this endless war on terror. And that's why and that was the first lie. And the next lie was going into Iraq, you know, to get Saddam Hussein out with his weapons of mass destruction. That was the next lie.
Now, specifically, this was a little over 6 years ago?
This was
11 months before 9/11.
Yeah.
And Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right. An endless war on terror without any real enemy. That you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy, it just goes on and on?
Yeah, because you can't define a winner. There's no one to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scare the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make you into a nutcase.
Let's
But
be
the truth has to come out. That's why I'm doing this interview. The fact of the matter happens to be that the whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. Yeah, there's a war going on in Iraq because we invaded Iraq. And people over there fighting, But the war on terror, it's a joke, And until we discover what really happened on 9/11 and who was responsible for 9/11, because that's where the war on terror emanates from. That's where it comes from. It was 9/11 that allowed this war on terror to begin. And until we get to the bottom root of 9/11, the truth of 9/11, we'll never know about the war on terror.
Aaron, you said that he was, and I think it's important, and I know this about the Rockefellers from Dr. Dennis Cuddy and many others who literally, you'll be 20 years old in a lunch line at college, and there's David Rockefeller. And they're experts at recruiting and getting what they call players, and that clearly he was, I want to make it specific and just get you to reiterate what you said last night about you got 30% of the vote, you were having an effect, you made mad as hell, they knew that you'd started the Constitution Party, they knew that you were somebody who was taking action and getting things done, you'd already made some big films, had a lot of other successes, so they were trying to recruit you, and didn't it come down to the point of, hey, we are here to recruit you, and don't worry, your chip's going to say, don't mess with us, this guy's don't touch.
Yes, that did happen. I was definitely being recruited. But it's more subtle than that.
Well, in your words, just go through the process, and then what he said.
Well, what it is remember we were friends, and we used to go to my house a lot. We'd have dinner, we'd talk, and he'd tell me about business investments that he'd get involved in, or they would help me with this business investment or that business investment. And was I interested in joining the Council on Foreign Relations? I would have to get a letter to join them, but was I interested in that? And just stuff, leading you on. And I used to say to him that I never really did that because that wasn't where I was coming from. As much as I like you, Nick, your ways and my ways, we're on the opposite side of the fence. I don't believe in enslaving people, and
he would come back with, oh, I do? Or?
Well, it would be more like,
It's better for them.
Well, it's more like, how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. It was just a lack of caring, and that's just not who I was. It was just sort of like cold, it was just like cold, and I used to say to him, what's the point of all this? You have all the money in the world you need, you have all the power you need, what's the point? What's the end goal? And he said the end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society, to have the bankers, the elite people, the bankers and some governor controlling the world. And I said, do all the people in the Council on Foreign Relations believe this way you do? He said, no. Most of them believe they're doing the right thing. A lot of them believe it's better off being socialistic. We have to convince people that socialism is really capitalism. Because America is becoming a socialist country. It's a communist country today.
This is where Donald Trump's threat of genocidal violence has led us. He discussed destroying an entire population, an entire civilization, as he called it yesterday, on behalf of the American people, using American taxpayer dollars. In doing that, he crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. Whether or not that was a negotiating tactic, it didn't work anyway. This wasn't just talk about defeating an opposing military or changing a regime. Trump went 19 steps further. He went to a place where dictators go, a place beyond saneness and humanity. It's the stuff of horrible, megalomaniacal, authoritarian behavior throughout history. The Geneva Conventions and the U.S. military's own law of war spell out how the President of the United States was talking about committing war crimes in public. In fact, they spell out that merely making the threat itself is a war crime. But Trump is flouting those laws like he flouts all other laws, making a mockery of American ideals and values and laws, creating a permission structure for unbridled brutality. If you thought January 6th was a real problem, if you thought the deadly Capitol insurrection was a serious attack on American values and on who we are as a people, Donald Trump's threat to kill a whole civilization is just as dangerous, if not worse. Ben Rhodes served as a deputy national security advisor for President Obama. He now hosts the Crooked Media's Pod Save the World. He joins me now. Ben, this is, I think it's hard to impress on people that ceasefire or no ceasefire, and we can discuss whether or not this is real. What Donald Trump did yesterday is unheard of in the annals of American history.
No, I mean, there's nothing in modern American history anywhere near this. He threatened to commit genocide. He threatened to wipe out a thousands-year-old civilization. He threatened to bomb civilian targets that have nothing to do with any military objectives. He threatened mass murder on an epic scale. And whether he ends up doing it or not, he's already committed a war crime. And this will color the opinion in the United States for a generation around the world. There is no moral high ground anymore. He effectively cast the United States as acting like a rogue nation, led by an autocrat who doesn't value any human life whatsoever. And those are pretty serious words, but that's what he said. I mean,
I can't believe you're saying these words.
It wasn't the first time. Yeah.
I mean, we've all been critical of presidents and different leaders. This is different. This is not critical of. This is completely in a different space. Whether or not you believe that the United States should be the world's policeman or be at the forefront of these discussions is entirely different from what we have now become.
That is what they're afraid of. The world will wake up. Because we're Jews, it's being done in our name. We have to stand up and yell. It's not anti-Semitism to be against Zionism. On the contrary, we are attacked. Even when I went out in New York, my car tires were slashed, the windows, the mirrors broken, and so forth. But we don't care. We're going out anyway. Wherever there is a large Jewish community, wherever there's a very religious Jewish community, even if it's not large, they will be in opposition to the existence of the Zionist state of Israel because it is antithetical to Judaism. Zionism is a movement that started around 150 years ago. That's just really recently, relatively recently. And it's a movement of people who were totally estranged from the Jewish religion. They were nationalists. They weren't practicing the religion as a whole. And they wanted just a convenient community, a land, a nation that they should feel comfortable and proud of themselves. The Jews never attempted, even though we went through hardships, the Inquisition, the Crusades, and we suffered a lot, but we never attempted to reestablish a Jewish sovereignty, a Jewish nationhood, a Jewish kingdom, because we know it's verboten, it's forbidden, it's just not acceptable according to Judaism to have our own state. Remember, the religion is 3,000 years ago. But 2,000 years ago, we were sent into exile by God. We have to be loyal citizens in every country we reside. And we're not to attempt to leave exile because it's a godly declared exile. Jews lived with a distinctly different religion than the Muslims, but it was never a problem. In fact, it's more than that. The Muslims took in the Jews by the Inquisition, where they tried to torture Jews to convert to Christianity. It was the Muslim countries that embraced the Jews and took them in, and the Jews were able to flourish. They realized in order to get a lot of massive support from the world, evangelistic Christians, Jews who don't know the Torah, don't know their laws, who don't practice the laws, so they knew they'll go to Palestine and they'll be able to tell everybody, oh, this is the God-given land to the Jewish people. They automatically started breaching and transgressing the laws of the Torah, not to kill and not to steal, not to oppress a people, because they wanted to make their national home in a land that was inhabited by the Palestinian people. Now, right at the beginning, when they said, oh, it's an empty land. And if anybody stood up against them, they said, because you hate the Jews and you're an anti-Semite. They treat us like the worst terrorists in the world. When a boy or girl turns 17, they become a criminal, even if they're not demonstrating, because we refuse to serve in the IDF. They yell at me as a Holocaust denier when my grandparents were killed in Auschwitz. My father escaped Hungary when the Nazis came in. My father was in Auschwitz. Almost the entire families were wiped out. I live and breathe Holocaust. How dare they claim that we're Holocaust deniers? But that's just part of that, the vile Zionism that they have the power of the most expensive PR and the power of AIPAC that influences, put pressure on politicians to be silent. That is what they're afraid of. The people who stand up and reveal the truth, that Judaism is a beautiful, and we live together with Muslims, and we are thankful to Muslims, and we don't want what's happening to the Palestinians. We cry with the Palestinian suffering. That is what they're afraid of. The world will wake up.
Abnehmen die Fenner, genau, abnehmen die Fenner. Und abnehmen die Fenner, oder für die ganze Weiße? Ja. Die Fenner, die Fenner. Sind die Fenner, für die Fenner, die Fenner. Die Fenner, die Fenner. Was? Was ist da? Ja, wer? Leider? Ehle, geh mal, guck mal rein für sein. Ja, השוטר? Ne, er gewinnt da בכלל. זה אותו סגרת עם לב.
Esta me dispiste, me da una cosa di
אבל איפה הכיתות שלכם? למה אתם לא יהודים? למה רק זה מעניין אתכם בתור יהדות? למה רק זה מעניין אתכם?
All them Palestinian terrorists! That's why they say Palestinian!
נגד מאה שערים! נגד מאה שערים! נגד מאה שערים! נגד מאה שערים!
טובי! היה מגימורי. צונה יזדים חשמלים
Aqui no final, ele está lá no meio, aqui no final. Aqui no final.
ראית מה הוא עשה פה שזה לילד? הוא כן וואי, הוא מגיע עם התיק מהחיידר, אה?
היטלר! היטלר!
הלו!
There are more Nazis than Jews. In today's day, where is the most dangerous place for Jewish people? Go all around the world. All the world, you will come to one point, the middle of the world. This is the state of Israel. It is the most dangerous place for Jewish people. Jews live peacefully here in England. I live in England already 36 years. I don't know how an English soldier looks like. I never saw them. In Israel, every small child knows all the weapons, all the soldiers, tanks, all military vehicles. This is safeness. This is the most dangerous place for the Jewish people. 7th of October didn't start on 7th of October. It started in 1948 on the 15th of May. It started by the Nakba for the Palestinians. This happened when they want to cover up their killings, the genocide, with more genocide, with more killings. When you control a people, a large amount of people, of 2 million people, when to have electricity, when not, when to have water, and when not. This is the outcome. Zionism is basically built up on mistrusting God. Don't believe in God. Don't trust God. From the other side, Judaism is built up on trusting in God. The state of Israel is a rebellion against God, and they will not succeed. They will come to an end. A person who can justify genocide, a person who can commit genocide, I can't count him as a Jew.
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of videos of beheaded Palestinian babies and children, Palestinian children with severed limbs, killed by Israel. And not a single corporate media outlet has reported on how Israel has systematically beheaded Palestinian children on a daily basis for the last 15 months. And yet every single one of these Western media outlets was so quick to spread the mass atrocity propaganda in order to manufacture consent for Israel's genocide by repeating a story about an incident which never took place.
We have some really disturbing new information out of Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister's spokesman just confirmed babies and toddlers were found with their heads decapitated.
I choked up earlier reading this new revelation about 40 babies being killed.
Oh my God.
And some of them being beheaded. And I was like, how can any human being do that to a baby?
So what message does that send? That mythical beheaded babies, because they were Israeli, are to be reported on when the incident never happened, but that Palestinian babies and children, when they're beheaded and their limbs are severed and they're found hanging from trees with half of their body missing, that they are not worth the coverage to report on their experience, on their premature death at the hands of Israel and the United States. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces tied explosives to the body of an 80-year-old Palestinian man who was forced to clear booby-trapped houses, and once they released him, they shot and killed him and his wife? Did you know that Israeli soldiers were captured on film raping a Palestinian hostage? And when news of this came to light, Israeli far-right politicians and soldiers and ordinary people protested outside of the facility where the soldier was being held, demanding that he be released. And in parallel, the Israeli Knesset engaged in debates on the right of Israeli soldiers to rape Palestinian hostages.
תרלול הזה, שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר. אנחנו לא יכולים להמשיך כרגיל.
להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי?
כן, אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות לו. הכל. הכל.
One of the soldiers who was involved in the rape had a media tour all around Israeli media stations and took off his ski mask and was revered as a national hero by members of Israeli society. Did you know that a young Palestinian boy by the name of Saddam Rajab was killed in the occupied West Bank after an Israeli occupation soldier shot him in the stomach? Even though the evidence is right there, It was still responded to by supporters of Israel as being fake or being what they call Pallywood, because not only does Israel kill Palestinians with impunity, but Israel's supporters, to believe that their ideology is morally justified, when they do see images of Israel's policies against Palestinians, they just claim that they're fake, that they didn't happen, that they're made up entirely by Palestinians to claim global sympathy. Did you know that Israeli occupation forces recently killed a 2-year-old Palestinian girl by the name of Layla al-Khatib, who was sitting down to eat dinner with her family in occupied Jenin? She was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper. Not only did the Israeli sniper shoot her, but then the Israeli occupation forces prevented her and her family from rushing to get medical care, and she died. This, of course, is not an aberration. This happens all the time on a daily basis. Prior to October 7th, 2022 had been the deadliest year for Palestinian children killed by Israeli occupation forces in the occupied West Bank in 15 years. But did you even know about it? Did you know that in 16 months of genocide in Gaza, Israel has managed to halve the life expectancy in Gaza? If that isn't proof of genocide, I don't know what could be proof of genocide. Did you know that Israel withholds Palestinian bodies and prevents Palestinians that it killed from being returned to their families? Over 600 Palestinian bodies are being illegally held by Israel, some since the 1960s. Did you know that if you go on Google Maps and you look for satellite images of Beit Hanun, you will see that Israel has completely destroyed and erased that village in Gaza, that city in Gaza, and instead replaced all of the buildings, the stores, the homes, the parks, the schools, the mosques, the churches, with thick mud embedded with Israeli tank marks in the shape of a Star of David. Not a single corporate mainstream media outlet covered that story, thought it would be important. Consider, for example, as part of Israel's genocide, Israel has destroyed the overwhelming majority of all the infrastructure that is related to the provision of basic services like electricity, like water, like sanitation. It destroyed 90% of the housing units in Gaza. 90%. If that isn't genocide, I don't know what is. You can't possibly make the argument that the destruction of the majority, the overwhelming majority of all housing units in Gaza does not constitute intent to destroy a people in whole or in part. If you continue to get your information from mainstream media, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't know any of these stories. But I think we should understand that if any one of these incidents had happened to an Israeli child or an Israeli family, then not only would the media be all over the story, politicians would be condemning it in the strongest possible terms, there would be widespread coverage and discussion about the horrors that that individual had endured. But when violence is carried out against Palestinians systematically in much wider proportions over 76 years, it is something that the global north wants us to accept as a reality, as a status quo, as the default. And as a result, evil is allowed to prevail with absolute impunity. After 15 months of a daily live stream genocide, we're really at a very critical turning point. Either the global community decides that international law is to mean something and is to actually be applied consistently to all offenders, no matter who they are, no matter where they're from, no matter the circumstances, or we decide to throw it away entirely. I don't see a middle ground because the Gaza genocide has exposed the double standards and the hypocrisy that is so embedded into the system. If you take the example of the ICC warrants for Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, you've had states in Europe come out and say they're just not going to honor the warrants. Netanyahu and Gallant will be allowed to visit their states in total impunity and that they won't comply with the obligation to actually arrest them and hand them over to The Hague. That's their obligation as signatories to the Rome Statute, the treaty that establishes the International Criminal Court. And in retaliation for the issuance of the arrest warrants against Netanyahu and Gallant for crimes against humanity and war crimes committed in Gaza, the U.S., under the Trump administration, has sanctioned the International Criminal Court. That should make everyone stop to pause and reflect on who the good guys are in this and who might the bad guys be. The world that we're creating, if we continue to ignore international law, is a very dangerous world. It's a world where states' conduct is not bound by any notions of law or morality. It's a world where the only principle is if I can get away with it, then I will do it. It's a world that is going to, in many ways, resemble much of the death and destruction and killing that we saw at the height of empire hundreds of years ago. But also, it's a world that's going to be much more dangerous even than that because of the ability now to accelerate and to automate killing and destruction through the technologies of today that we didn't have back then.
Sean 17 Henley asks, so in your opinion, just how close are we to World War III? I think we are uncomfortably close to it. First of all, look at where the current wars are that are being fought. So we already have a major land war in Europe, the biggest one that we've had since World War II, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine that has killed probably hundreds of thousands of people and has not ended. We've already seen a major conflict in the Middle East with the Gaza war and Israel taking action in 7 or 8 countries. And we see this state of war between the United States and Iran that could lead to state collapse in Iran, could lead to major refugee flows. So we're 2/3 of the way there if you look at the map of World War II. And now the third piece of this could be the Taiwan Strait. China has made very clear that it doesn't see Taiwan as separate from China. They want to reunify Taiwan no matter what they have to do. And the Taiwanese increasingly do not want to be a part of China. If China were to try to militarily take control of Taiwan, then we'd really be in a situation where that entire map of World War II, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, East Asia, suddenly you do have conflict along those fault lines. I think the bigger reason that I'm worried about this is look at the collection of people who are in charge of the most powerful countries in the world today. Donald Trump in the United States, Vladimir Putin in Russia, Xi Jinping in China. You can throw in Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, Tayyip Erdogan in Turkey. These are older men, they are nationalists, they are strong men. These are the kind of leaders that can get into conflict. Now you might say, it seems like Trump wants to avoid the war, doesn't seem like the Chinese are looking for a world war, but that's always the case. The problem is when you start to have territorial expansion again, a Russia trying to take land in Ukraine, a United States that may try to take land in Greenland or other places, a China that may try to take land in Taiwan. Those big powers, they can bump into each other. And given the fact that increasingly those countries are not playing by the rules that were set after World War II to prevent another world war, that's why we set up the United Nations, that's why we set up international laws. As those rules and laws and institutions are being ignored, I just think we are living with way too much risk of the potential for another world war, a conflict among the great powers.
What people call conflicts of interest, Steve and I call experience and trusted relationships.
In 1 month, the US dropped more than 5,000 bombs on Iran and billed the American taxpayer over $30 billion to do it. And one name keeps coming up as responsible: Jared Kushner. But to understand how, you need to know about 2 key relationships. The first goes back to when Kushner was a teenager. Buried in a 2017 New York Times article is a detail that's stayed under the radar. When Benjamin Netanyahu used to stay in the United States, he would stay at the Kushner family home in New Jersey. Most diplomats meet foreign leaders at negotiating tables. Jared Kushner met Benjamin Netanyahu when Netanyahu was sleeping in his bed, forcing Jared to sleep in the basement. The second relationship is with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, MBS. And to understand that one, you need to know what happened the moment Kushner left Trump's first White House. He started a private equity firm called Affinity Partners to capitalize on his Middle East connections, despite having no experience in asset management whatsoever. whatsoever. So he went to the Saudi State Public Investment Fund and asked for money. And so the Saudi government Kushner had spent 4 years protecting wired him $2 billion. Kushner took that $2 billion in Saudi money to become the largest shareholder in Phoenix Holdings, Israel's biggest insurance company. Israel and Saudi Arabia used to be historic rivals, and yet Kushner, leveraging those Netanyahu and MBS relationships, said he wanted to open a, quote, investment corridor between Saudi Arabia and Israel. He is the corridor. Saudi money flowing through Kushner into the Israeli economy is the financial infrastructure of a new Middle East, recentered around Gulf Israeli ties. And every dollar that flows through it builds a region that doesn't want Iran at the table. Netanyahu actually said it out loud.
Saudi Arabia will have a lot to gain. I think all these countries around Iran are threatened by Iran, and I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens.
And then came the Iran negotiations this past February. Diplomats from Britain and Oman said a deal was close and that war could be avoided. But Kushner told Trump there was no chance of a deal and that Iran was about to attack the United States. The Pentagon briefed congressional staff the exact opposite, that Iran had no plans to strike the US. The Guardian reported that a diplomat with direct knowledge of the talks said Kushner was regarded as an Israeli asset, trying to drag the US into war. An Israeli asset who had Netanyahu sleeping in his childhood bedroom. Kushner's ideology was there long before the money was. What the money did was align financial interests perfectly with ideology.
People who justify genocide, there are more Nazis than Jews.
The white supremacist next door. This is the story of what happened when an ambitious racist moved into a tiny town with big plans to create a white homeland. Wait until you see what happened next, and then what happened when my Nightline co-anchor Byron Pitts tried to interview the man at the center of the controversy.
Leaf, North Dakota. Blink and you might just miss it.
911, your emergency. The police right away. They're out there with guns. They're yelling at my husband. They've been yelling. Where are you? We're in Leaf.
But this sleepy hamlet was shocked to its core after a mysterious stranger came to town.
Craig Cobb came to Leaf 3 years ago, said he just wanted to live here, and he said he might have some friends joining him. At the time, he just seemed like a lonely person, and kind of felt sorry for him for a while until I realized what his plan was.
That plan soon became clear.
People's comfort level is best when they're amongst their own.
Craig Cobb came to Leaf on a mission: take over this microscopic town of 20 people and turn it into an enclave for white supremacists. Ryan Lenz of the Southern Poverty Law Center has been tracking Craig Cobb for years.
He announces his plans on a message board frequented by racists called Vanguard News Network. He says that he's purchased some properties and he's encouraging others to come follow him. He was trying to turn it into a white homeland.
You know, it was scary. He had actually owned enough property, 12, 14 lots he had owned. Well, if he could have put one family for sure on each lot, he would have had control of the town.
His campaign attracts national media attention.
I'm prepared for anything.
And support from the radical hate group, the National Socialist Movement. Their visit to Leaf draws hundreds of protesters. And becomes the subject of a documentary called Welcome to Leaf, the once peaceful town. Peaceful no more.
All of the people in Leith who are against me, are you going to blame me for that?
And they came in very strong, stating that they're going to take the town over, they're going to take the voting over.
But those shouts fall on deaf ears. Cobb succeeds in moving in his first family.
Every day I was concerned whether I would be able to stop him or not.
Mayor Ryan Shook organizes a series of emergency city council meetings, working tirelessly to safeguard the community from the supremacists next door.
Cobb went off on a complete rampage that night. He was in everybody's faces with his laptop computer.
Cobb went from being this fringe figure. He was a racist drifter, and then he was famous.
Today on a Trisha exclusive.
In the middle of the confrontation, Cobb is challenged to take a DNA test to prove his white heritage. The results were revealed on the Trisha Goddard Show.
Craig Paul Cobb has undergone DNA testing to determine genetic ancestry. 86% European and 14% Sub-Saharan African.
Wait a minute.
Hey.
Hold on. Just wait a minute.
So.
This is called statistical noise.
Sweetheart, you have a little black in you, as I say.
Still asserting his pure Aryan heritage, Cobb returns to Leith, armed and ready.
This is Mr. Cobb and my lover, Kynan Dutton, patrolling with sexy-ass guns. Yes, it is.
With guns loaded and cell phone cameras rolling, they set off on foot patrols.
I'm not shooting you, am I? Hey, look. I'm one of the most famous racists in the world, you son of a...
Residents of Leith take shelter in their homes, worried that Cobb and Dutton could turn violent.
They have to fire the first.
Yep.
I fired the second one. Maybe the second and third.
Cobb's placed under arrest in November of 2013 and charged with terrorizing and menacing his neighbors by the Grant County Sheriff's Department. He ultimately takes a plea deal, pleading guilty to one felony count of terrorizing and is placed on 4 years probation.
We got through it. We thank God every day that we're still alive.
Craig Cobb is now out of jail and agreed to a sit-down interview. But when I landed, my producer told me there had been a change of plans.
Welcome to Lifeline, North Dakota.
So just wanted to sort of give you the rundown of what happened while you were on the flight.
Okay.
So I got a call from Craig Cobb. He said, I hope that you're not sending a Negro presenter. And, he said I would almost rather talk to a Jew because then at least they would be intelligent. I just said, essentially, we're looking forward to having a conversation with
Sure.
you. We really want to talk to you. And he pretty much ended the conversation there and used the N-word and said, I'm not going to talk to an N-word. So I think what we want to do is have you call him.
Okay. I've interviewed my share of separatist and racist over the years, from David Duke, former Grand Wizard of the KKK, to 24-year-old Matt Heimbach, who's been called the future of organized hate in America. But none like this guy, Craig Cobb. Yet on the phone, I'm surprised by his friendly demeanor, so unlike the man we saw in the videos.
This is Byron Pitts from ABC News. How are you this evening, sir? Thank you. Bye-bye. Maybe you had a change of heart. He was very gracious on the phone, sounded like a real gentleman, a reasonable man. Hello, sir. This is Byron Pitts.
But a few minutes later, Cobb calls back after he Googled my name. He's not pleased to see that I'm black, or a mulatto, as he called me.
A mulatto? What does that mean? Let's see. So the options were high yellow or mulatto or black man? You can just call me Byron.
Cobb says he refuses to be interviewed by someone black.
Listen, there's an unbridled race war going on in this country. And, you people who have engineered this white genocide.
How is it that I fall in the category of you people when we first spoke on the phone, you were polite, you agreed to speak with me, and then suddenly you Google me, and you see that I'm a person of color, and suddenly your tone changes, your attitude changes? How do you explain? I haven't changed in the past 5 minutes.
You're not a person of color. You're a You got it? You're a
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And let me tell you something else. You've asked me that question.
Now let me ask you a question. Do you think for some reason that you using those words offends me at all or bothers me at all? I mean, that would be like.
I don't care if it does or not, Byron. I don't care. You do know that we don't like to be around black people, so ABC purposely tries to send 2 of them. You see?
But I'm curious. Oh, he hung up on me.
But Cobb goes one step further. He hangs up the phone and posts my number and picture on the white nationalist website, writing, I don't think millionaire Negroes should be allowed to harass whites over religious beliefs, but maybe this is just a new South Africa, USA. Cobb has not given up on creating an all-white enclave in America. He set his sights on a new town, Antler, North Dakota, roughly 200 miles north. Population 20-something.
That's the building Cobb said he bought, and that's going to be his church.
Here we meet Vance Lazinski and his 2 sons, Lee Allen and Kyle. They've recently moved back to North Dakota, hoping to find a quiet life where they can raise a family and retire.
Why do you think he's so bent on buying land in North Dakota, of all places?
I think it's hard to find small towns like that he can take over.
In general, what do people think about Cobb in this town?
Pain in the butt. There's no place for us anymore. That's the way it is.
He wants to buy land in your town.
He wanted to.
Wanted to, past tense. Not going to happen?
Not going to happen.
For now, the mayor says they have come up with a plan to keep Cobb out, and so far it's working. Back in Leith, Mayor Shook and the residents are busy starting over. casting Craig Cobb and his hate speech into the trash heap of history.
It feels real good to see that property go down.
They hope
Cobb will pose a threat every day until he's no longer in existence.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble duty tonight to introduce you to the Grand and Imperial Wizard of the Invisible Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, Mr. Bill Wilkinson. Oh, Imperial Wizard, can you tell me, and us, 100 years after your predecessors set the South aflame with the cross burnings, lynchings, and other events, you should be bothering this country still?
To begin with, I believe a slight rebuttal is in order for your opening statements, or the opening statements that was made about the Klan. We are not anti-Catholic. We are not anti-Semitic. We believe in the white race. We believe that at this point in time that white Americans are being treated as second-class citizens, that the federal laws, the civil rights laws, have created a dual system of justice in this country, a set of federal laws that protects the interest of minorities and local and state laws.
But Grand and Imperial Wizard,
if I may, of white people.
If I may interrupt, if I might be so bold as to interrupt the Imperial Wizard, it says on a sheet that you people hand out to the young and the youths of our high schools, it says, if you want to join the Klan, quote, I swear that I am of white, non-Jewish heritage. Are you fed up with special privileges given to blacks? That's a quotation from your own literature.
Absolutely. We are
What do you mean you're not anti-Semitic?
We are a Christian organization. We also don't allow Buddhists or Muslims or atheists in the organization.
When did you take in the Pat Buchanans? When I was a kid in Dubuque, I was the Ku Klux Klan, which was then fairly powerful in Indiana, about 1922 or 3, somewhere in there. You were anti-Catholic.
The Klan has had different views from time to time on lesser issues. Mm-hmm. The one issue we've never changed on is that of segregation. We believe that God has commanded us to separate ourselves from other races. In fact, that's not a unique stand. Billy Graham, just a few years ago, himself segregated his crusade audiences. He preached segregation. The Southern Baptist and the National Baptist, one was black, one was white. They practiced and preached segregation. So we didn't invent segregation. We just still believe in it.
Let me ask you about something, and you did correct it, let me say, before the show started, something I was unaware of. But there are a number of Klan organizations, and I gather it is not yours, who march in tandem, arm in arm, with members of the American Nazi Party. Now, the Nazis were responsible for the murder, not simply of Jews in Germany, but American pilots, American soldiers. They're guilty of all manner of horrid atrocities. They have on their, I guess on their record, some 250,000 American dead. Now, why would any patriotic American, or one who calls himself a patriotic American, be anywhere near the swastika, the insignia of Hitler's Germany?
Well, as you conceded before the show, I did clear up that point. The Klan, the Invisible Empire, which I head, detests Nazis as much as we do communists. But I'd like to make one thing clear, that there's too much hype today about the Germans and the Nazis. Let's not forget that the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor and they led to death marches in Bataan. I don't believe that we should condemn all of the Germans for something that happened in Germany 40 years ago. And I do condemn what Hitler did to any.
Why would any patriot, someone who calls himself a patriot, and a Klan's groups with which I guess you're associated with members, if not the leadership, why would they march with people who march under the swastika?
We don't.
You don't. Why do your colleagues do that?
I believe, to make it clear at first, we're the only national Klan organization left. There have been those that have come and gone. It's sort of like the political parties, the Democrats, Republicans, American independents. They come and they go. They splinter and they regroup and rejoin. Right now, we are the major unquestioned Klan organization in America. There's some people that we have expelled from our organization that will start other branches. In their anxiety to get membership and support, they will join with anyone, including Nazis.
This is not your organization, doesn't believe that. But I believe a quote by you I read in a book on the Klan today. You were denouncing the quote, I think it was Jew-controlled media. Have you used that term?
I may have used that term.
It's a direct quote.
I may have used that term some years ago.
What do you mean by that?
But I don't mean by that anything at this point in time. I believe that a lot of Jews are prominent in the media, but I believe that a lot of Baptists and a lot of Methodists and a lot of other people are.
Why would you use the term Jew-controlled media? I mean, you don't run around saying the Baptist-controlled media is keeping us off the air, do you?
I no longer use that term. It's been a number of years ago that I would have made that comment, and I'm not apologizing for what I might have said at that time.
All right, let's talk about blacks.
All right.
Why?
Wait a minute. I want to go. My brother came back from the airborne in Vietnam, and he told me, and that of the bodies that he took out as a medical officer, he said, 50% of those guys were black kids.
Mm-hmm.
Served in the United States and Vietnam. This was it was a crack frontline unit, and these were American blacks who died in higher numbers for their country in Southeast Asia in that war than did white Americans, as a matter of fact, in the Vietnam War. Now, how can you be against a race which contains people who are out there fighting for their country just as much as white Christian Protestant Americans are?
That's something else that needs to be cleared up, Pat. We're not against the black race. We believe in free enterprise for this country. We believe that everyone should have the same rights.
Well,
right
Mr.
now,
Wizard, it says right here. Wait a
right,
minute,
right
Mr.
now,
Wizard. Let me interrupt you for a minute, Mr. Wizard. It says right here, you believe in the final solution, which is black repatriation to Africa. Now,
Abraham Lincoln. But now look, I'm not going to be cut off in the middle.
No, but I'm not going to be shut off either. You're running around on a bed sheet. I don't have the bed sheet. But I just want to tell you, I want to ask you this question. Can you imagine this country repatriating all the black Americans that Pat just spoke about to Africa?
No.
I mean, what kind of nonsense
No, I
is
can't.
that? Well, what are you
sure
saying
can.
it for then?
I'm not saying it.
Well, it says right here.
No, that's your paper. That's not my paper.
That's your paper. I took the quote and wrote it on this blue paper.
That's not my paper. Now, to get back to it, now just a minute, I answered your question. Now, I want to finish what I was saying. We feel that affirmative action is discriminating against white people, and there is no question about it. Two wrongs don't make a right. Because black people were hurt and discriminated against in the past does not justify the discrimination against white people now. And we're asking for an end to that.
Look, I'm against reverse discrimination. I'm against racial quotas. I'm against affirmative action as it's practiced. But you said, when I introduced you, I didn't say that your organization was. I said, historically, to most Americans, you're anti-Catholic and anti-Semitic and racist. In other words, anti-black. You said, we're not anti-Catholic.
Right.
We're not anti-Semitic. You didn't deny the racist thing.
Well, it depends on your definition of racist. I'm a segregationist, okay? I believe that God has commanded me not to mix with other races.
Right.
For that reason, I want to have schools where I can send my children to a white school. I want to be able to go to my white neighborhoods, to white businesses,
all right.
for those things. So if that terms me as a racist, then I'm a racist.
Wait a minute, you can do that, but you can't have tax exemptions in your all-white school. And if it's a public school, now black kids whose parents' taxes pay for that school, they got a right to go to that neighborhood school. Now, if you want an all-white school, all-white academy, you can do that right now. You just don't get a tax exemption for it. So what's your complaint?
You say you can do that. Now, maybe I can, maybe you can, but what about the poor people that don't have the money to send their children to private schools? They can't. They're being deprived the right to practice their religion because they don't have the money to send them to a private school. There's no reason why in this great land of ours we couldn't have a three-tiered school system, a black school and a white school and an integrated school, and give everyone their choice. We would have much less dissension, we would have much less racial problems in the schools, and if those people that are seeking to integrate the races in this country really were seeking to do the best for both races, they would adopt this system and let integration proceed gradually.
What do you think our founding fathers meant when they said "we, the people of the United States"?
Well, I won't get into that debate, but...
Well, I know, but you're sitting here in your bed sheet telling us all that the only thing you're for, you're against...
You're really upset about my bed sheet,
Oh, yeah,
aren't you?
I think, if I were you, I would be so ashamed of myself. I mean, I can't imagine walking around in that silly costume telling people to be against blacks and against Jews.
Have you ever seen the Pope and the Cardinals in their costumes?
Yeah, but they're religious and they're for something, and you're just nothing but against something, and you're against the very spirit of this country.
I believe in the same God.
You're against the thing.
No, we're not.
You're against the thing that makes this country a unity and that makes this country great. And I think you're a disgrace.
You know nothing about what I believe and what I
just
stand
heard
for.
what you believed.
And you think
now
that's
you
wrong?
tell me
I believe in God. Is that wrong?
Do you deny that you said this? This is the literature you're handing out to schools, to school children in America? I just quoted this from your own pamphlet. Are you fed up, it says here, with blacks following you home, trying to beat you up?
That's
Do you
right.
deny that you said that?
No, I don't. And let me tell you, that happens more times in America than what you can shake a stick at. Blacks.
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 Try to follow you home and beat you up. I mean,
We've had
really?
more racial
You're
problems
a damn
and muggings.
disgrace to the country.
No.
Oh,
Tom.
yes, you are.
I have a strong belief.
And you know
in
what?
fact,
You people
in
were
fact,
beaten. I don't know what we're doing in 1982 talking to you.
Well, that's your problem, Tom. But let me tell you one thing. I'm not beaten, the Klan is not beaten, and the white race is not beaten. No more than the Democrats is beating or the Republicans is beaten. They're all fighting for the things that they believe in, and we believe in something.
All right, what do you believe in?
Earnestly, through the law.
Well, let's get
Now, you tell me what you were against. What do you believe in?
What we believe in.
What are you for?
We believe in God, we believe in the United States of America, and we believe that God has commanded us to separate ourselves from other races. Not because we hate the other races or because we feel that we're better or worse, but because we feel it's God's commandment. And if you criticize that and our religion, then you're criticizing the Christianity for the last 2,000 years.
Zionism.
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 Zionism. Zionism.
A political movement, an ideology, or an ethno-nationalist vision based on supremacy. To understand it, we go back to 1897, the birth of Zionism. Before Israel existed, a group of European Jews gathered to develop a vision that would change history.
Zionism is a movement that started around 150 years ago. That's just really recently, relatively recently. And it's a movement of people who were totally estranged from the Jewish religion. They weren't practicing the religion as a whole.
The founder of Zionists, his name was Theodor Herzl from Vienna, Austria. He don't believe in God. He don't believe in nothing. The Judaism is completely a religious movement, have nothing to do with any nationality, with any materialistic thing.
Zionism was different. It was a political and nationalist movement that used historical Jewish narratives and biblical mythologies, as well as anti-Semitism, to justify colonization and create a Jewish state in Palestine at any cost.
They realized in order to get a lot of massive support from the world, evangelistic Christians, Jews who don't know the Torah, don't know their laws, who don't practice the laws. So they knew they'll go to Palestine and they'll be able to tell everybody, oh, this is the God-given land to the Jewish people. They automatically started breaching and transgressing the laws of the Torah, not to kill and not to steal, not to oppress a people, because they wanted to make their national home in a land that was inhabited by the Palestinian people.
From the start, Zionism necessitated killing, stealing, and oppressing, actions that go against core Jewish teachings.
They declared themselves a Jewish state, and if anybody stood up against them, they said, because you hate the Jews and you're an anti-Semite.
When the ideology was put into action beginning in the late 19th century, Palestinians were killed and violently displaced, and Jewish settlers seized their land and replaced them. There was no coexistence, only ethnic cleansing and control.
I came so close to the Arab because Arab found that I am most influential leader in Africa, in the continent, and also I am a leader who speaks the truth.
Did your Muslim religion take part into your choice of the Arabs?
It is not because of the Muslim, because the people who broke relationship with Israel, they are not only Muslims, they are Christians, but they have seen the truth, and everybody listen for me, and even in OAU, if I don't speak, every leader try to ask why, and I must speak like in a non-aligned conference in Algeria. I was not feeling well, I did not speak, but 15 minutes before the conference closed, I was brought to come and give a speech. I gave very good speech, including Castro broke relationship with Israel after my speech. I'm trained as a paratrooper in Israel. But I have got a very good brain, and even General Dayan knows that I am very good field officer.
You know Dayan very well?
I know him, and he has been my friend. He has been giving me dinner, luncheon in his house. If I go to Israel, I used to stay with Dayan. He brings Air Force band playing for me. We stay together. But I must make it absolutely truth. The reason why I chased them from Uganda was because of the economy of Uganda. Uganda was going to be bankrupt. That is the reason why I chased away the Israelis.
And you said you were friends with Golda Meir.
Yes. because she used to give me very good entertainment when I go to Israel.
Then you change completely from an Israeli alliance to the Arab alliance.
I changed from Israeli alliance because Israeli are criminals and they are not trusted people. They don't tell the world the truth. They were taken to Palestine as refugees, and then they changed Palestine to become a state of Israel by force of arms given to them by Americans and the British.
But is it true that you said Hitler didn't kill enough Jews during the war?
Why do you ask me about Hitler? The Hitler's problem is now past tense. Now we are looking forward for the future generations and the future plan. We are no longer going back to Hitler's. You see, the war of Hitler, it was a different war than the war today. If I am to prepare the war against Israel completely, no, I don't want very many Army, Air Force, and the Navy, just very few, and strike inside Israel and move people from the whole border towards Israel. I think the situation will be very difficult and very different. I think very many delegations meeting me now, preparing for this, and they come to conclusion. It is true. You will find it here, and this will change the time of battle. And we can command from here, not from the battlefield, but through communication.
And will there be Ugandans in those battalions?
I don't know, but any volunteer, even France, French volunteer, they are welcome also. But I welcome any volunteer all over the world.
The state of Israel is a rebellion against God, and they will not succeed. They will come to an end.
The Zionist movement and the Israeli government being nothing but a settler colonial imperialist system that is trying to replace us with Jewish immigrants from outside, to kick us out of our country, to conduct ethnic cleansing.
In Zionism, total victory means no Palestinians and no resistance to colonization, land theft, Jewish supremacy, and total cultural erasure.
What is total victory? In the framework of Zionism, total victory is ethnic cleansing. It's the completion of the genocidal process that began in 1948, which can deliver them an ethno-religiously pure state free from these indigenous contaminants.
It starts early in classrooms. History rewritten, symbols saluted, indoctrination, over-education.
And then when you get to high school, you start literally learning how to be a soldier already with the age of 16. Once you finish high school, you're supposed to quite immediately, as soon as possible, with 18, go to the army. It's obligatory. I don't even remember using the words Palestinians in school. Arabs was there, and they're always some kind of in a context of being our enemies, where I would say that the word closely to Palestinians, we have the word, so in the Bible it says Plishtim. So these were also our enemies. And then I think the connection that I would make as a kid, when I started hearing the word Palestinians, I connected it, the connotation was to these Plishtim from the Bible, who were our enemies. So you learn specifically about the heritage of Judaism, but it's all Zionism, actually. That's another thing as an adult, that I had to relearn Judaism when I came out of Israel.
Today in Palestine's Gaza, the Zionist ideology is manifesting its most natural state, one of extreme, lawless brutality. Palestinians are being murdered, starved, and stripped of every basic right.
There is a genocide. They have killed 18,000 children. They have declared a full closure, over the closure, no food, no water, no electricity, no fuel, with a determination to punish the Palestinian people, to target the Palestinian people. This might lead to creating the conditions of life that would be physical and biological destruction for Palestinians.
On each gurney was 3 to 5 kids, almost exclusively kids. 90% of our new admissions were kids. And there'd be 15, 20 kids coming in at the end of every bombing. A third were dead by the time they got to us.
I'm sorry.
A third would die in front of us. And a third we'd take to the operating room. And most of them would die. No kid gets shot twice by mistake by a sniper. It doesn't happen by mistake. They were deliberately targeted. And that's not beyond a war crime, that's targeted assassinations. And it helps me formulate my opinion of what's really occurring in Gaza.
How is this genocidal system flourishing? Billions in US aid, year after year.
I think there's not only an effort within the military and our government institutions, but it's an effort by the media, by our executive branch, legislative branch. I mean, even local state governments. I think every institution at this point has a level of corruption that keeps us censored to the truth and reality of what's actually happening. Fox News, CNN, even MSNBC, all of these news organizations have been censoring the truth.
Netanyahu hasn't been condemned by the American government. The American government hasn't sanctioned Netanyahu. In fact, they have doubled down.
One telephone call can stop all wars. Israel cannot thrive without American taxpayer paid for bombs. That's all it would take.
Meanwhile, 1.25 million Palestinians face catastrophic hunger in Gaza. Aid remains blocked. Families are starving.
This dictatorship, they really have no limits. And if they could, they would starve all the Palestinians to death. And actually what they tried to do for 20 months, they destroyed all the aid system, they destroyed the water sewage system, they destroyed all the capacity of the Palestinian people to remain alive in that region.
Over in Palestine's occupied West Bank, apartheid defines daily life.
I don't have any rights. In the contrary of the Israeli settlers who live close to my house illegally, they have more rights than me in my own neighborhood. They are under the Israeli civilian law with full civilian rights and political rights, and we, the Palestinians, who are living, in our land, we don't have any rights, basic rights. We don't have enough water, enough electricity.
But Palestinians refuse to leave. Staying is resisting. Resistance against a system that silences and suppresses an entire people.
Palestinians are staying and remaining because for us, it's about that remaining in the land is a kind of resistance, and we call it all the time, existence is resistance.
We mobilize to stop the genocide, we mobilize to defeat Zionism, to defeat imperialism, to create a better society for every human being, and every being on this planet is our task to do so.
The Zionists ignoring everything about the Jewish belief. In the Jewish belief, the state of Israel will come to an end.
Therefore, Persia or Iran attacking Israel is predicted in the Bible, and guess what? That just happened.
As Israel and Iran exchanged hostilities in the Middle East, U.S. Christian evangelicals began interpreting the escalation within the framework of an Abrahamic end times prophecy.
The Gog-Magog army is Russia, Iran, and several others that are going to join in the attack of Israel.
This is Pastor John Hagee, an influential pro-Israel lobbyist in the U.S., describing Russia, Iran, and several Muslim countries as part of a biblical Gog and Magog army that has waged war on Israel.
Praying a prayer of confession of sin is a lot better than allowing the Antichrist to cut your head off.
Hagee is also the founder of Christian Friends of Israel, a 10 million member pro-Israel lobbying group that calls for public support for the state of Israel. Their lobbying efforts emboldened former U.S. President Donald Trump to move the U.S. Embassy in Israel to Jerusalem in 2018.
And we moved the capital of Israel to Jerusalem. That's for the evangelicals. You know, it's amazing with that. The evangelicals are more excited about that than Jewish people. It's really, right? It's incredible.
Since Israel launched its ongoing war on Palestine's Gaza, CUFI has mobilized a public relations campaign to support Tel Aviv and has raised over $2 million for Israeli charities. Following Tehran's retaliatory strikes on Israel, Hagee also called for an escalation in attacks on Iran.
We are on the verge of the Gog-Magog war that Ezekiel described in chapters 38 and 39. This attack by Iran, who launched more than 200 missiles yesterday, is a tribute to the weak and pathetic leadership of Joe Biden.
Gog and Magog appear in all three Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. In Christian tradition, they symbolize nations that will ally with Satan against God at the end of time. In the Holy Quran, they are mentioned as Yajuj and Majuj, two powerful barbaric tribes restrained by a wall. Their appearance signifies the end of times. In Judaism, however, Gog is described as a leader and Magog is his land. They are associated with apocalyptic prophecies where they will battle against the forces of good and will be defeated by God. According to some interpretations of the text, this battle will then precipitate the coming of the Messiah. Evangelicals believe that the current Israel-Palestine conflict is part of the prophetic events leading up to the end times that will bring about the second coming of Jesus Christ.
If you listen closely, you can hear the footsteps of Messiah. Get ready! Get ready! Get ready!
Soon after tensions between Iran and Israel escalated, American evangelicals began drumming up support for the State of Israel, which since October last year has killed over 34,000 Palestinians, mostly women and children. The group interprets passages from the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, as promising blessings to those who support Israel and curses to those who oppose it. This apocalyptic belief shapes their political views and motivates them to lobby for Israel's interests. Over the decades, Christian evangelicals have played a significant role in shaping U.S. foreign policy, especially when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict. They form a significant voting bloc within the Republican Party, and politicians who seek their support often adopt a pro-Israel stance, viewing Israel's success as crucial for the fulfillment of the biblical prophecy they subscribe to. Currently, more than 100 members of U.S. Congress can be identified as evangelical. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu often glorifies them to galvanize their support.
When I say we have no greater friends than the many, many millions of Christian supporters of Israel in the United States, and also in other parts of the world, I mean it.
Even though Christian evangelicals are calling for an all-out war with Iran, they also acknowledge the contributions of the King of Persia and the founder of the Achaemenid Empire, Cyrus the Great, who in 538 BCE allowed Jewish people to return from Babylon to Jerusalem. Cyrus was, and is, revered by Jews as a God-sent figure. Fast forward to the time of the pro-West monarch of Iran, the Shah, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who maintained friendly diplomatic ties with Tel Aviv. During his reign, Israel was one of Iran's main arms suppliers. In 1950, Iran recognized Israel. However, after the 1979 Iranian Revolution, the Shah was dethroned and Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini assumed power. Tehran began to view Israel as the occupier of Palestine, and its relationship with Tel Aviv turned hostile. This was followed by the severance of Iran's commercial and diplomatic ties with Tel Aviv and the withdrawal of its recognition of the State of Israel.
American Evangelical Church in freefall.
In 2006, almost a quarter of the U.S. population identified as white evangelicals. However, the movement is now facing a crisis of its own. By 2020, evangelicals had dwindled to only 14.5% of the population. According to a 2021 survey by the University of North Carolina and Pembroke, support for Israel dropped from 75% to 34% between 2018 and 2021 among young evangelicals. The survey also found that nearly 45% of younger evangelical Christians are supportive of the establishment of a Palestinian state. As support for Israel declines among evangelicals in the US, is their appetite for an apocalypse dwindling, or will it push the Middle East towards the precipice of a catastrophic war?
Israel is God's chosen people, always have been God's chosen people, always will be God's chosen people.
In my last video, I walked through Bethlehem's walled-off streets and met Palestinian Christians fighting to stay on their land. But I kept thinking about how some of Israel's biggest supporters back home are not necessarily American Jews, but evangelical Christians.
Most Christians will tell you, well, we love Israel because God says, I will bless those who bless my people.
So why do American evangelicals support a state that directly hurts Palestinians, including their fellow Christians?
You have my sisters and brothers who are supposed to be my support, actually doing all their best to support the ones who are oppressing us. And it makes me angry.
Here's something that might surprise you. White evangelical Christians in the US are more than twice as likely as American Jews to believe that God gave Israel to the Jewish people. Now, not all evangelicals believe this, but the ones that do, their voices are often the loudest and most influential.
The title deed to the land of Israel is recorded in the Bible, which gives the Jewish people a clear and unclouded title to that land forever. It belongs to them, and it belongs to them only.
People that share this view are called Christian Zionists. They believe the Bible commands them to support and defend the modern-day state of Israel, regardless of what this means for the Palestinians who live under its occupation. They point to one biblical verse in particular, Genesis 12:3, that they believe references the modern state of Israel.
Genesis 12, here it is in the very beginning of the Bible. I'll bless and I'll curse those who curse her.
I met Sharon Sanders in Jerusalem. She's an American Christian who moved here from Illinois in the 1980s out of a deep religious sense of mission to support Israel. She and her husband founded the charity Christian Friends of Israel, which aims to help people from recent Jewish immigrants to Israeli soldiers.
Just simply kindness of the heart to say thank you for protecting us, thank you for taking care of the land.
Her charity is one of several foreign Christian-led organizations that have flourished in Israel in recent years. It's estimated that every year evangelicals give around $200 million to Israel. Worldwide donations from the Jewish community far surpass that, but Christian contributions continue to rise and show no signs of slowing down. And some organizations specifically raise money for Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank, which are illegal under international law.
We're talking about millions of dollars and political support that is used to continue my oppression.
That's Munzir Ishaq, a Palestinian Christian pastor who lives in Bethlehem, the city where Jesus is believed to have been born, that's now surrounded by this massive wall. It's one of the most imposing parts of Israel's military occupation of Bethlehem and other Palestinian territories, an occupation that's now over 50 years old, meaning several generations of Palestinians have never known freedom.
When you support a specific state who has racist policies and is enforcing an apartheid state, that would be unbiblical in my mind, right? That wouldn't be loving thy neighbor as yourself.
We read the same Bible, but then they are using the Bible as a weapon against me. We Christians call the Bible Injil, the good news. So they've turned the good news into our nightmare.
Why is their read of the Bible so different?
Evangelicals read the Bible in a very literal and simple way. They believe that you have to bless Israel so that God blesses you. So it's like Israel becomes a gauge of whether you receive blessing from God. Makes me wonder what kind of God they are meeting in the Bible. The God I meet in the Bible is a God of love, is a God of peace. They see in it an image of God who's a tribal God who favors one nation over everyone else based on a promise that's thousands of years old.
But for Christian Zionists like Sharon, that promise is prophecy. Many believe that the establishment of Israel in 1948, which displaced the majority of the Palestinians who lived there, was all part of God's divine plan.
We see all over God's word that the Jewish people at a certain point in history would begin to find their way back home. And we know that happened in May 1948 when the state became a real nation. And ever since then, the Jewish people have been coming home. It's a miracle, and we've been living in Bible prophecy ever since.
Do you think Jesus, who preached love thy neighbor, would be okay seeing a wall dividing people like that and cutting off people from their land?
He probably would have quoted Genesis 12:3 and said, I'll bless those who bless my people.
When you're talking, I feel like there's a lot of support and elevation of the Jewish people having Israel. But doesn't that contradict the principles of equality that Christianity preaches?
Well, then I think we'd have to go back to God and ask him why he chose the Jewish people. He chose them to be a light to the nations, according to his word. He chose them to bring the Messiah through. I think the key is study what God says, not what man says.
To be clear, not all American Christians read the Bible like this. In fact, in the last few years, several prominent U.S. churches have come out in support of Palestinian rights, even endorsing the Palestinian boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement targeting Israel. But even so, the people who do believe in this prophecy have a huge following. And for them, it all culminates into a biblical grand finale called the End Times.
Somebody said, I want to understand the end times, where you just need to look at three things. You look at Jesus, you look at the Jews, and you look at Jerusalem.
Many evangelicals believe that once Jews fully control the land, Jesus will return to earth and rapture Christians up to heaven.
To believers, it's going to be a time of ecstasy and joy and excitement and glory. But to those who do not know him, it's going to be a day of judgment.
If you're a Christian, you will not be around for the tribulation period. You'll be safely in heaven.
And this tribulation period, some believe, is a violent and bloody war for those who remain behind.
Jesus Christ will speak the word, and he will summon, in the most dramatic act of warfare in human history, he will bring about the slaughter of those who reject him.
And in some interpretations, they believe that 2/3 of the Jews will die. So these Christian Zionists, not all of them believe this specific theology, but many of them do. You're promoting them to come to a specific location in order for them, or 2/3 of them, to die.
It doesn't sound like a holy alliance.
It doesn't.
But this alliance is powerful.
Millions of Christians in America and around the world now stand with Israel.
Okay, pause. We're going to come back to Sharon, John, and Munvir in a bit. But first, let me tell you a bit more about this guy. Because to understand how influential Christian Zionists have become, you have to understand John Hagee. This Texas pastor is the founder and leader of Christians United for Israel, or CUFI, an organization that claims to have 10 million members. That makes Hagee influential outside the movement too, with lots of big-name friends in politics. Even though in several sermons, Hagee had claimed that Hitler was actually sent by God to force Jews to move to Israel.
Then God sent a hunter. A hunter is someone who comes with a gun and he forces you. Hitler was a hunter. Why did it happen? Because God said, my top priority for the Jewish people is to get them to come back to the land of Israel.
Wild, right? If that sounds cynical to you, well, it actually underpins Hagee's beliefs when it comes to Israel. For example, this dedication to protecting and defending Israel includes denying the internationally acknowledged fact that the West Bank and East Jerusalem are occupied territories. As we saw earlier, Hagee and many of his counterparts insist the Holy Land is actually promised to Jews by God. And so they want to see the West Bank remain under Israel's control, because it's a necessary step for Jesus Christ's return to earth. But neither the Hitler comments nor his viewpoint on the apocalypse have made Hagee a political pariah. Even Israeli leaders applaud and court the support of Hagee's movement.
Now there are millions and millions of devout Christians who stand with Israel. So I want to thank you on behalf of all the people of Israel.
One group that is less welcome at the CUFI conference is journalists. We sent a producer and cameraman to meet some of the attendees at the 2022 conference, but before they could speak to anyone, they were kicked out by security. Still, I wanted to know, why do so many Christians support the ongoing oppression of Palestinians? I attended a church service in Bethlehem, and I interviewed a pastor there who's really upset at American evangelical Christians for supporting Israel. What would you say to someone like him who's upset with you?
Well, I'm sorry for that, but I've also lived here, and I also have seen why sometimes the rules have to be strong.
Why?
To prevent terrorism, to prevent death. You know, if you have to build a wall, if you have to build a fence, if you have to do whatever it takes to keep those who want to harm you or hurt you, then you do that to save life.
Sharon's thoughts mirror the Israeli government's position, but in reality, the International Court of Justice has asked Israel to tear down that wall because it goes so deep into Palestinian territory, a land grab.
So I'll say that Christian Zionism in general is a very colonial way of reading the Bible and also a very white supremacist type of viewing of the Bible.
It becomes easier to oppress the bad ones because they deserve it, because they brought it upon themselves. We can build a wall and lock them on the other side because they are the ones who are enemies of democracy and freedom, whereas ironically all we're asking for is our freedom.
And for the Palestinian Christians who would say to you, we are actively being oppressed by the state of Israel, we're persecuted here, what do you say to them?
I would say, take a look at the scriptures and love them and be a blessing in any way you can, even if you're being persecuted. What did Jesus say? He said, turn the cheek.
Do you think they should love their oppressor?
I don't believe that Israel is oppressing them.
The injustices Palestinians are suffering under Israeli military rule are impossible to deny. I witnessed and experienced many of them firsthand while reporting this series in the West Bank. There's some hope things are changing back home. Recent polling suggests that young American evangelicals are more supportive of Palestinians than older generations. But so long as this powerful alliance between Christian Zionists and Israel endures, the hope of justice prevailing in the Holy Land remains elusive.
So 2025 has exposed a lot of politicians for selling out Americans, and people have never been more awake to how fake and disconnected some of these guys really are. But out of everyone getting called out this year, nobody got embarrassed the way Ted Cruz did. And the crazy part is, he just keeps embarrassing himself even more. It all started with that viral interview where he basically exposed himself without even realizing it.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what? Hold on. Define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
So is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
the
God's referring to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle
is there. Silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
That's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
That one interview cost Ted Cruz more than anything. Before that, a lot of people in the Republican base still respected him. But after that clip went viral, people started seeing him differently. They felt like he showed what he really stands for, and it didn't look like he was fighting for the Americans who actually vote for him. And instead of stepping back for a bit and trying to fix the damage, he's somehow making everything worse. Now he's going after anyone who questions anything about Israel. Here he is attacking a group of young people just for asking basic questions about Israel. And honestly, it's one of the most pathetic things I've ever seen him do.
Several weeks ago, J.D. Vance was down at Ole Miss at a Turning Point gathering, and one kid got up, asked this viciously anti-Semitic question.
The craziest part is that the thing he's calling viciously anti-Semitic is literally just some basic questions. Just watch it and decide for yourself.
I'm a Christian man, and I'm just confused why that there's this notion that we might have owe Israel something, or that they're our greatest ally, or that we have to support this multi-hundred-billion-dollar foreign aid package to Israel to cover this, to quote Charlie Kirk, ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I'm just confused why this idea has come around, considering the fact that not only does their religion not agree with ours, but also openly supports the prosecution of ours.
Yeah, so let's say a few things about this. First of all, when the President of the United States says America first, that means that he pursues the interests of Americans first. That is our entire foreign policy. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to have alliances, that you're not going to work with other countries from time to time. And that is what the president believes, is that Israel, sometimes they have similar interests to the United States and we're going to work with them in that case. Sometimes they don't have similar interests to the United States.
That's basically what Ted Cruz is crying about, like the kid burned down a whole city or something. And if you keep watching, it somehow gets even worse.
The most horrifying thing to me is what happened in the second later, which is the crowd erupted in applause. Not everybody. My guess is 20 to 30% of the kids there were applauding the viciously anti-Semitic question. A week or two later, there was another event with Eric and Laura Trump at Auburn University. A kid got up and said, "I can do even better," and asked such an anti-Semitic question, it was filled with lies. Every word of the question was a lie, including and, but, and thee.
And here's another one of those vicious questions Ted Cruz keeps crying about. Just watch it and decide for yourself.
I'd like to ask about your father's relationship with Israel. He's taken over $230 million from pro-Israel groups. During the summer against Iran, even though he advised against it, Israel still attacked Iran and the U.S. still bombed on behalf of Israel. Your father's frustrations with Netanyahu have been made clear when he cursed on national TV over the situation. Israel has not been a great ally to the U.S. all the way since 1960 when they bombed the USS Liberty. Israel is a nation where Christians are constantly under attack in both Gaza and the West Bank. We talk about America first and defending Christians, but how can we do this if we align ourselves with a nation that does not do that itself?
There's no question my father's had frustration. In fact, I think he's had frustration throughout the whole conflict with both sides. At the same time, make no mistake, you have a nation that is chanting death to America every single day on the streets of Tehran. You have a nation that will develop a nuclear weapon, and you have a nation that will use that nuclear weapon against the Western way of life. There's no question about it. You have a nation that will use proxies around the world, whether it's Yemen, whether it's a lot of other ones, to inflict serious harm on this nation, and they don't hide it.
In response to the nukes from Iran, Israel has nuclear weapons and is not a part of the IAEA, unlike Iran. And it's just sad to see, because I've never seen the American president get treated the way he does by the Israeli government.
Here's what I'll add. Do we or do we not have phase one of a peace agreement in the Middle East right now?
For someone who hasn't seen these clips, Ted Cruz makes it sound like these kids are out here doing something really horrible.
And again, instantaneously, the reaction was the same. 20 to 30% of the kids began cheering. Now, here's the warning sign to hear. This was not a gathering at Berkeley. This was not a gathering at Yale. This was at Ole Miss and Auburn. These are a bunch of big old frat guys that are just looking to make a friend on Saturday night, who have heard the message. We are such a team, we're so polarized, we're so bifurcated, that what worries me is young people that get the message, oh, our team, we hate Israel.
He's losing it because young people aren't buying everything politicians try to push on them anymore. They're actually thinking for themselves, and that's what they hate. Make sure to subscribe for more content like this.
Tonight, President Trump is defending his social media post of this AI-generated image that depicts him as Jesus Christ.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support.
Still, the post has been taken down. The White House has not said why. The Archbishop of Miami telling us.
I think the president is trying to walk it back and trying to put a different spin on it, which I think is a recognition on his part that he probably overstepped or went too far.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you?
There was even swift backlash online from some of the president's MAGA coalition, who wrote, "God shall not be mocked," and there is no context where this is acceptable. The president today holding a photo op with a delivery driver who brought McDonald's to the White House to tout his no tax on tips policy. But he was also pressed about the controversial image.
It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better.
It all comes amid an escalating feud between the White House and the Vatican. Last week, Pope Leo with this rare call to action over the Iran war.
Contact the authorities, political leaders, congressmen, to ask them, tell them to work for peace and to reject war.
The president overnight posting, Pope Leo was terrible for foreign policy.
I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person.
The pontiff then responding to a question from NBC's Claudio Lavanga aboard the papal plane.
I have no fear of neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And that's what I believe I am called to do.
Bishop Robert Barron, a Catholic and a member of President Trump's Religious Liberty Commission, posting he thinks the president owes the Pope an apology.
There's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong.
And with that, Gabe Gutierrez joins us tonight from the White House. And Gabe, late today, Vice President J.D. Vance weighed in on why the president took the post down.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. The vice president saying a short time ago in an interview that he thought the president was posting a joke and that he took it down because he recognized that a lot of people were not understanding his humor.
No, you done fucked up, don't you? No, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
Without the tape, they had nothing.
There are several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What are they called? No Kings?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get stuff approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much.
I'm finally back home. Handguns and drug runs, and I'm not on my own. I'm surrounded by dead ones, all people that I've known. And handguns and drug runs left me on this earth alone. But now I'm in my zone, and it reminds me of the time that I lost my mind. And it reminds me of the time that I lost my mind. But I promised my whole city I wouldn't let the world forget us. That's 100,000 people in me, all with vendettas. All with vendettas. All with vendettas. That's 100,000 people in me, all with vendettas.
Those who have killed a man, can I get a show of hands? Those who have killed a man, can I get a show of hands?
I press my hands together and pray that God will understand.
Those who have killed a man, can I get a show of hands?
This is something that you know in a way you never knew it. And everyone is looking at me like there's rules to music. I am drawn to those that I can share the struggle with. sadly most of my peers are little fucking kids. And I know the Vedas and the universe is holographic, and there's collective consciousness and fractals and cymatics. I know these things, I know I'm God in this land as a conscious being. I am the I am.
Fuck it, just let it run, man.
All with vendettas, all with vendettas. That's 100,000 people in me, all with vendettas. Plus I promised my old city I wouldn't let the world forget us. That's 100,000 people in me, all with vendettas.
Those who have killed a man, can I get a show of hands? Those who have killed a man, can I get a show of hands?
I press my hands together and pray that God will understand.
Those who have killed a man, can I get a show of hands?
Young nigga from the project, young nigga from the ghetto, young nigga from the concrete, shots ringing out like heavy metal. I'm a seed in the ground, grew out to be a rose petal. Bring it to your face, no hello. You can tell them I said it, I meant it, I get it, the nigga ain't fucking with me. Fuck a judge, I got for every lawyer tryna hold a nigga in a penitentiary. People own the Bentley and them Bentley, all about the paper, power and greed. Cash rules everything around me, they want know my people rocking with me. Chopper ringing, singing, all the motherfuckers smoking them away. With my marijuana, bring it to your face, you know I like the drama. AKA yummy, but I like the llama. World boss, tell them free, I teach a farmer. World boss, tell them free, I teach a farmer.
I promised my whole city I wouldn't let the world forget us. That's 100,000 people in me, all with vendettas. All with vendettas, all with vendettas. That's 100,000 people in me, all with vendettas. Plus I promised my whole city I wouldn't let the world forget us. That's 100,000 people in me, all with vendettas.
So I'm going to ask something. Would you all stand and just, if you're comfortable, stretch your hand towards our president? And even if Reverend Graham, you'd like to lay hands on him, and Pastor Robert, and just come in agreement with me. For 2 Chronicles 7:14 declares, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and heal their land. So today we humble ourselves and we seek you, Lord Jesus. You declared in Proverbs 14:34 that it said the righteousness exalts a nation. So we declare righteousness over America, and that every decision that is upon President Trump's shoulders, he will make them in your righteousness. We declare Psalm 32:12 that blessed is the nation whose God is Lord. So today we declare that America is blessed, as President Trump has decided to rededicate this nation on May 17th to you, O Lord. So we invoke your name, your power, your mercy, your grace. We prayed James 1:5 over him, that you will always have the wisdom of God all the days of your life. I declare Psalm 91 over you, that you will be satisfied with long life. I declared that everything you touch, you will have the favor of God. According to Luke 2:52, even as Jesus was favored with both God and man, so let it be with President Trump. And I pray over his household and his family. Not only do we secure his life and his calling and his purpose, but that he will have generational blessing over his family. For generation after generation will call upon the name of the Lord and be blessed. We thank you for the gift that you gave us in our president. And everybody said, Amen.
This has only been a test of your emergency broadcast system to see if you motherfuckers are really listening. This would have never been really played on the radio. It's a takeover.
I'm a bad man. I'm one bad motherfucker. If you wanna try your luck, better call your God and your mother. I'm a bad man. Don't test me, don't stumble, cause I'm a bad man. Oh, one bad motherfucker.
You know, the only thing that matters is the ending. It's the most important part of the story, the ending. And this one is very good. This one's perfect.
'Cause I'm a bad man. Oh, one bad motherfucker.